Right, thank you for that. Sorry to delay. Just had to make sure that we're streaming it out to the big wide world. Welcome everybody. That's members and members of the public on this damp morning this morning. In case the fire alarm goes off, and I'm not expecting it to, vacate the doors out through there, out through the other ones, and to the far end of the car park. Okay. There's toilets out through that door on your left, and there's water out through that door on your right. This is a public meeting, and members of the public are welcome, and you are welcome to listen to the debate today, but unless registered as a speaker, are not able to take part and speak. We are live webcasting. Yes, I've got the nod. So I can please remind members to use their microphones and remember to turn them off when speaking, and also turn off your mobile phone, which I thought I had at the last meeting and hadn't, and so now I have this time. Easy to do. Okay, in the way it's going to proceed this morning, the case officer will present their report, the objector will speak, the supporter will speak, the parish council representative will speak, the ward members will speak, and members will be able to question each speaker as they appear up here. At the conclusion of the debate, each application, members will vote and come to a decision. My first thing what I'd like to do is to ask the officers to introduce themselves. Would you like to start, Amelia?
Hello, I'm Amelia Bolter, Democratic Services Officer and Clerk to this committee.
I'm Councillor Rosemary Rowe, Ward Member for Dartmouth and East Dart and Vice Chair of this committee.
I'm Councillor Richard Foss, Ward Member for Allington and Street and Chairman of this committee.
Good morning, I'm David Fairbairn, Head of Legal Services and Monitoring Officer and the committee's legal advisor this morning.
I'm Pat Weimer, Head of Development Management for Southampton Council.
I'm Charlotte Harrahane. I'm a planning officer for two of the applications. I've also lost my voice, so I don't usually sound like this.
I'm sure you'll manage, but yeah. Thank you very much for that. Now to the agenda, apologies and...
Thank you, Chair. We've received apologies from Councillor Brazil and we have Councillor Baldry substituting. Also received apologies from Councillor Pringle and have Councillor Spencer substituting. Apologies received from Councillor Brown with Councillor Smearden substituting, and apologies from Councillor Kemp.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is to agree the minutes of the meeting of the 7th of the 9th, 22. Thank you. Second. Thank you very much. Are there any matters on those minutes at all? No? Right. Thank you. There are no items from Chair's business. I'm not aware of any reason to divide the agenda. Members, are there any declarations of interest? No, I do have one. I've been advised that the one, I can't quite the quote number in front of me at the moment, the Gerston Farm one, due to my, it's a family relationship. Yeah, please. I've been advised I have to leave the room. Okay. The list of speakers has been circulated. There has been some added at a very late time, and that was on because, well, basically, Amelia asked me this morning. There was a couple that asked yesterday that hadn't got their names forward, and I'm going to allow them to speak. I'm now going to hand over to Charlotte for the first application, which, is that right? No, the vineyard one?
No, that's me.
Oh, sorry, Pat. Okay, sorry, Mr. Weimer, which is 3027 21 Full Vineyard, North of Lower Onoma, Bantham.
Good morning, members. I don't intend to do a presentation on this application because, as you're aware, it was You resolved to approve it at your last meeting. The reason why we've brought it back is, as you recall, there were two applications from the same applicant in similar locations. And on the other application, you resolved to revise the conditions so that the landscape scheme was not 5 years, it was 10 years on condition 5. And condition 6, you removed a sentence at the end of the condition. So, and we've brought, but those changes weren't voted on for this application. So they were on the last one, on the other one, but not this one. So we've simply brought it back because we feel that you probably wanted to impose the same conditions on both. So it's bringing you back simply for you to agree the revisions to the conditions in the same way as you did on the previous. Happily answer any questions, but it's as straightforward as that.
Yeah, Councillor Pano.
Yes, if I remember right, I spoke on the second one and I was supporting what we were deciding, and I actually said that we'd need to do that and increase the period to 10 years. I don't know if Mark remembers that, but I thought we had agreed that, but if we haven't, that's fine.
From looking at it, I think it was spoken about, but it just simply wasn't clear when you voted on the resolution, and we just felt that it needed to be clear, because as you know, quite often various things are discussed and they don't necessarily always come through to the final resolution, and we just felt it wasn't sufficiently clear, hence why it's been brought back. I have no doubt that it was discussed, and I have no doubt that the intention was to have the conditions the same for both applications. It didn't get to that resolution on this particular application.
So all we have to simply do is have a proposer and a seconder to that effect.
Yes.
And a vote on that, yes?
Yes.
Can I have a,
Yeah.
Councillor Pano?
I will propose that amendment.
And Councillor Taylor seconds that, thank you. Can I have show of hands that are all in favour of that, please? I believe that's unanimous. Okay. Thank you. So we now, oh no, we got echo here somewhere. Are we right now? Right, okay. So we now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the Brutus Centre, 4th Street, Totnes. And the reference number is 1614/22 VAR. And we have, it's about who's going to present this one? Charlotte is going to, you can manage that, Charlotte, can you? Right, thank you.
Okay, so yeah, it's on that one. It's not that one.
Yeah, just a minute, Charlotte's not on that
It's on one, but it's not
screen
the
as
other
well.
one. Yeah. Okay, that's how it's supposed to be.
That is how it is, Chairman.
Well, that's fine. Everybody looking from this way can see what we, can they?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. Morning, members. As I said, I will. Hopefully, you'll be able to hear me. But if there's anything you don't hear, just give me a wave. So this application is a variation of a previous approval, which members will remember, for the redevelopment of the Brutus Centre in 4th Street in Totnes. So we've got the site in the middle of Totnes. The work has commenced, so the building's been demolished, as you can see from the aerial there. So this application seeks to make various amendments, which are detailed in the report. The reason the application is at committee and the only contentious amendment is this first one here, which is for the addition of a substation within the retirement parking court. So a revised site plan has been submitted with the substation going on the western boundary there. So if I will just zoom in a bit. So as you can see, the parking has been rearranged so that the substation can fit in. There's no loss of parking spaces. The same amount of parking is proposed as was previously approved. Some objections have been received from residents concerned about the substation, impacts from noise, impacts from sort of public health point of view in terms of the proximity to their dwellings. Environmental health have commented on the application. They don't have any concerns in that regard. The substation will be contained within a brick building, which looks like this. Approximately 4 metre by 4 metres. One of the main reasons for the environmental health, no objection, is the sort of sound insulating properties of a brick building. They're satisfied that it wouldn't have any additional impact on residents. I think it is worth pointing out to members that if this were to be refused, if we didn't approve a substation, a statutory undertaker, so Western Power, for example, could install a substation under permitted development, which wouldn't be necessarily, they wouldn't be sort of required to put any of the sort of the soundproofing, any of the brick around it. So that is something just to bear in mind. Just sort of looking at the substation in context. It's going to be sited, as I said, on sort of the western boundary, tucked away. You know, I think it's small scale. It's not going to have any particular impact on the external appearance of the overall site. As I said, the work started, so it's quite hard to get into the site. But looking through the fences, you can just see that sort of western elevation, western boundary at the back there. So just as a summary, there's no concerns about the design or the siting. There's no objection from environmental health on grounds of noise or public health impact. Statutory undertaker could install a substation under permitted development. All of the other amendments proposed are minor, not contentious. We haven't had any objection to anything else. All the previous conditions would be reimposed, and the original section 106 would also be carried forward and applied to this permission. So the recommendations conditional approval. Thank you.
Thank you and well done. Members, questions? Councillor Pannell and then Councillor Taylor. And then
Sorry to sort of be nitpicking, but can I just query some wording on page 33? I think there's something that's just gone awry slightly. On the third bullet point on the top of page 33, the introduction of a maintenance gated and gate to fire escape stair.
Yeah, that's a
Is that
typo.
area or something missing there?
I did notice a typo yesterday. So yeah, hang on. Just trying to
Probably
find the
gated area.
yeah.
Yeah, and on 3.1, the site is within the Totnes Conservation, presumably area.
Yes.
Thank you. Just to...
thank you. Councillor Taylor, and then I'll go to Councillor Olsen.
Yeah, I just want to keep Charlotte going because she might get started again. Is there a construction plan on this already?
Yeah, so the original permission had a construction management plan condition, so that all those conditions will be reimposed. So anything that they had to provide last time, they will still have to provide.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Two things. One is, why didn't this come up in advance? Surely if they were designing something of this magnitude, which of course has been contentious anyway in Totnes, why was it not expected that this should actually be there and therefore part of the original? This whole thing of kind of, we have one thing and then because we got that, then we can, it's okay to have another. But this other thing is surely Western Power is bound by, you know, good planning design. So I find this is like having a bit of a knife over our head today. And thirdly, why can't it be buried?
I'll try and answer those because I think I'm trying to save Charlotte's voice for another application and for other questions I probably can't answer. I think the first part, it's impossible for either myself or Charlotte to answer that. We don't know why they didn't think about it or design it first. Well, no, because you don't always need a substation on every application, and most times substations don't come through us because they're permitted development, and they're installed by, in this case, probably Western Power Distribution, depending on who the power company is, and so that's that. I don't know. I'm as far as I'm aware, substations can't be underground, but I may be wrong on that. I'm not an electrical engineer, but I don't recall ever being involved in a site where a substation was actually buried. All the ones I've ever seen have been above ground, and then. So I don't know whether they can go underground or not. I don't know. I've forgotten there was a third one. Sword of Damocles, I think it was almost, wasn't it? The question was the good design. And good. My personal view is actually this is a far better designed substation than most ones you see, because most of the ones you see are metal palisade fences and the plant on its own, not within an actual building. And if it didn't have the brick block building around it, that's the only reason why it requires planning permission, because the building itself isn't permitted development for a statutory undertaker, but the installation of the plant is. So if they wanted to just put a standard metal box substation with a palisade fence around it, that would be permitted development. So actually, I think the fact they are putting it in a building is actually gone a step further down better design than they could do without requiring our consent.
So, two other points really. One is why next to the residence? Why within 10 metres of where somebody's residence is, compared to all the other space they've got on that site, where it could have been chosen maybe to have been near the entrance into the car park, you know, which would have caused far less contention. And the other point is surely Western Power, because this is a conservation area, it's a very important part of Totnes. Why are they not bound by sort of like the planning requirements? I understand about permitted development rights, but that doesn't mean it's not a free-for-all, is it? That does mean that they would have to surely come into line to some extent with appropriate design, and presumably part of that would be appropriate siting. I'm just astonished as to where this has been dumped.
The level of activity that a statutory undertaker can do, either within a conservation area or within settings of listed buildings, where if it wasn't, you've got a situation where if me or you wanted to do something, we would need permission, and in some circumstances permission wouldn't be granted. But under permitted development rights, a statutory undertaker can just come along and do it. There's very little, if any, consideration of things like conservation areas in terms of statutory undertakers, in the same way that they can clear electricity undertakers can go along and clear trees from their lines, whether they're TPO'd or not, and just take them out. And it's a similar sort of thing. The level of activity that a statutory undertaker can do without requiring planning permission is quite significant. Obviously, provided it's in line with delivering the infrastructure that they are tasked to do, for want of a better phrase.
No.
But what was it suggested that they could actually be this could be sited somewhere else on the site, because they do have choice? Was it suggested to the applicant?
No, so we were mindful of the conservation area, the quite prominent position of this site, and we thought that where it was sited would have the least visual impact. We were happy with the siting.
Councillor Baldry.
Thank you, Chairman. Para 9.1. The Town Council sought confirmation that the addition of the substation would not result in the removal of trees. Council's tree specialist has reviewed the new site plan and recommends approval of the application. That doesn't actually answer the question whether or not the trees are going to be removed.
I'm advised that there are no trees to be removed for this.
Any other questions? So, Mr. Weimer, for clarity, the only reason this is here is because they're putting a building around the actual electric thing. Is that, I can't get my head around why this is actually here. If they could just put a substation anywhere, why is it actually here?
Okay, I suspect there are two reasons, and you'll have to. Firstly, yes, in my view, the provision of a building around the substation would not be permitted development for a statutory undertaker. The second potential reason is it could be that in this case at the moment it is the developer who intends to install the substation and not Western Power, but if they couldn't do it, they could get Western Power to do it, if that makes sense. So it's probably means it's quicker because they can do it themselves without getting Western Power to do it. So they are not a statutory undertaker, and it's the statutory undertaker who has the powers to do it.
Right, thank you for that. Members, are you happy with where we are with this? Because
thank you. So I'm afraid that opens up another question, that if Western Power are not pursuing this, then maybe it's not required. If it's within the developer's interest to do it for some reason, I know not what, then it alters the balance of power.
I would be surprised if any developer was going to the expense of installing a substation if it wasn't required.
okay, members, I think we'll all ponder on that whilst we have the first speaker, Isabel Carlisle, who's an objector to this application. Welcome, and you have 3 minutes. Just settle yourself down and get yourself right in, and if you'd like to switch on your microphone, and okay.
I'm Isabel Carlisle, and I've been elected by the local residents group to set out our objection. We are specifically concerned about the transformer in the proposed substation emitting unacceptable levels of vibration, noise, and electromagnetic radiation, and the impact of that on our health and our lives, not with the rest of the application. The proposed substation is extremely close to existing homes, mine being one of them, not actually the one that Charlotte indicated. But it means that it's as close to our bedroom as you are to me. Churchill also proposed laying a high-capacity cable along the backs of houses on Priory Avenue. Dwellers in those houses have asked me to say they want to ensure this does not impact the health of their children who play at the end of their gardens. We make our argument in reference to the joint local plan on the grounds of policies DEV 1 and DEV 2. Policy DEV 1 protects the health and amenity of local communities. It ensures that new development provides for protection from noise disturbance and also requires a health impact assessment to be submitted as part of any environmental statement for planning applications with a likely significant health impact. We've not seen any health impact assessment for the variation on the South Hams planning portal and request that one is submitted to this committee before any decision is made. Policy DEV 2 is about the impact of development on human and environmental health. It reads, development proposals which cause unacceptable on or off-site risk or harm to human health, the natural environment, or living conditions, either individually or cumulatively, will not be permitted. We make the point here that health is both mental and physical, and mental health includes peace of mind in one's own home, where people both live and work and raise children. Based on the above, first, We, the residents, request the application be deferred to allow for a site meeting, which residents, members of this committee, together with Charlotte Harry-Hayne and the relevant Environmental Health Officer are present, together with Churchill. 2. We request that a health impact assessment is drawn up, as mandated in planning law. If any electricity substation is to be built, should be to the highest specification, in a location away from existing homes. No spec of the substation has been yet submitted apart from the location and the size being marked on the plans. No decision on this application should be made without one. 3. We also request the location of the substation be shifted away from existing homes. There is room on the ground plan to do that. Again, we request you to press Churchill on that and hold them to account on environmental health grounds and your duty of care to local citizens.
Thank you very much. Members, have you any of you got any questions? No? Right, thank you very much. So we'll now move on to Totnes Town Council, Councillor John Cummings. Okay.
Good morning. My name is John Cummings. I'm a Totnes Town Councillor and a member of the Totnes Town Council Planning Committee. We've already heard of the concerns that the Planning Committee submitted about the loss of trees or damage to the tree root system. And in addition to that, I would also like to support the concerns of the objectors, as we've just heard from Isabel Carlisle, requesting a health impact assessment and requesting site meetings with Kevin Sharp and the on-site manager and with South Hams District Planning and Environmental Health Officers. It seems to me that at the end of this development, the developers will be able to walk away and leave the site. These people live right adjacent to the site. They own houses there. They are going to have to live with the consequences for the foreseeable future. Kevin Sharp, the pre-commencement contracts manager, informed the objectors that there is no established evidence that a ground mount 11 kilovolt transformers give out any harmful ELF or EMF. But there is research by Ackerstadt et al. 1999 saying that continuous exposure of healthy volunteers at 1 microtesla at night caused disturbances in sleep. So far, we have not been told what the actual and expected output of this substation is in terms of how many microtesla will it produce. So it's very difficult to compare this planning application with existing research or existing national guidelines. Similarly, with respect to noise or vibration, we haven't been told exactly how many decibels will the substation produce at what times of day. We haven't been told what the actual capacity is in megavolt amperes. So it's very difficult to compare this substation either with existing research or with national guidelines. And we know that in terms of location, even a difference between 1 meter away or 5 meters away can make a huge difference in terms of the decibel impact or the frequency output. I think I've covered most of the points I want to make. We are not asking for this committee to completely object and overturn the plan, but just to defer a decision until further consultation has been made and the various health impact assessment has been produced and the meetings with the objectors have been happened. It seems to be in the interest of transparency and openness that these people who've got to live with the consequences should be at least allowed to meet with the people they've asked to meet with.
Oh, thank you for that. Just time is up. Members, have you got any questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much for that. I now ask Board Member Councillor Birch. good morning and welcome.
Good morning, members. There are real health impact concerns with this application. And I did request that it come before you because on the face of it, it appears that there's non-compliance with Dev 1 and Dev 2 of the JLP. It is mentioned in the report that I have concerns about Dev 32. I won't pursue that. It's just Dev 1 and Dev 2. Can I just remind members as to what Dev 1 says, and this is, if you have your JLP in front of you, it's on page 246. Dev 1 is protecting health and amenity, and it states, development proposals will be required to safeguard the health and amenity of local communities in addition to measures set out in the other policies of the plan. This will be through as appropriate. And number 1, it says, ensuring that new development provide for, and then it goes on to say, protection from noise disturbance for both new and existing residents. So it's important that any development such as this addresses the need for protection from noise disturbance. It then goes on to say, and this is the important bit, which I think is missing in the application, it says, and this is, it says at item 3, require a health impact assessment to be submitted as part of any environmental statement submitted in relation to planning applications with a likely significant health impact. And that is reinforced by the SPG, which at 3.14 states, Dev 1.3 requires a health impact assessment to be submitted as part of any environmental statement in relation to planning applications with a likely health impact. I would submit that this is an application where there is a likely significant health impact, and there is the application is not complete as it does not have this health impact assessment. Then the relevance of Dev 2 is on Dev 2. It says development proposals which will cause unacceptable or on or off-site risk or harm to human health, the natural environment or living conditions, either individually or cumulatively, will not be permitted. And it says, avoid harmful environmental impacts and health risks for both new and existing developments arising from noise pollution. So just to reinforce what has already been said, I think the application on, and the report that is before you is lacking in dealing with the matter of the health impact assessment. And therefore, the other issue is the matter of the environmental health officer's report or paragraph within the report. It's really an opinion that is not backed up or supported by any firm evidence. It's only dealt with within one short paragraph within report. Now, this is an important, this application or this part of the application is important when it comes to health impact, and to just deal with it in just one paragraph within the report is, in my view, insufficient. Therefore, what is being requested or proposed is that this application be deferred for 2 reasons. Furthermore, first of all, I think it's important that you as a committee have a site visit to actually see where this proposed substation is sited in relation to the neighbouring properties. And secondly, I think I would submit that the applicant should be asked to produce a health impact assessment so that that can be taken into consideration, and the environmental health officer can also comment on that. So I would request, if possible, that this application be deferred for the reasons I've mentioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Before I ask members any questions, I want to ask Mr. Weimer, which has the greater power, PD rights or Dev 1? know it's a tough question, but that's where we are, basically.
I'm sure Mr. Fairbairn will interrupt if I don't get this 100% correct. The determination of a planning application, the Act says the planning application should be determined in accordance with development plan policy, DEV1, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. And the material consideration, in my view, would be it could be done under permitted development. So fundamentally, it is a judgment for members. Can you defend a refusal for something that could be done under permitted development? That's fundamental. In my view, that would be the question.
Your answer first, sorry. Yeah, but I think you've answered it. To my mind. Any questions? Yeah, okay, yeah. I'll ask you environmental, I'm going to ask you environmental officer and then I'll let you come in after that to speak. Okay.
I mean, John, you're okay. There's a mic here.
So this is the environmental health officer that made that assessed the application and made the comments. So she's just here to provide a bit of additional information.
Can we, sorry, I don't know your name, actually.
No, that's all right. I'll go for it. Yeah, my name's Janet Wallace. I'm tending to do all the planning consultation responses for environmental health at the moment. And also, just by way of background, which I think will help the committee, previous to here, I was working for East Devon. I had lots to do with Cranbrook, and we had exactly the same scenario in one of the applications at Cranbrook, where, and I just think this is useful for you, where a substation was located next to existing properties about the same distance away. But it wasn't encased in a brick structure. It was literally the metal box that Mr. Wymus described. Now, that did cause some kind of nighttime vibration that some residents did feel. They made a complaint to us, understandably. And as a result of that, the equipment was mounted on a vibration absorbing pad. It was also enclosed in a brick built structure like this, and also the fence between the structure and the garden was upgraded to a brick wall. Now those elements are already in this application, so therefore the issue completely went away. It was completely resolved. And I know, as some of you have mentioned, noise. These substations aren't prone to noise that you can measure. You talk about decibel levels and things. It's not really relevant here, because the concern was that very low frequency noise and vibration that only a few people can actually feel. So the enclosing it in the brick structure and the anti-vibration pad on the floor resolved that issue. So therefore, when I think the councillor mentioned that my comments weren't very long, the reason is because I've been in this scenario before, and I know that what has been proposed here is actually the solution that has been used elsewhere. So, and I think I mentioned in my comment that, you know, it has been used elsewhere. So I hope that helps.
Thank you very much for that. Yes, Councillor Hodgson, you had your hand up just now.
Yeah, if I may just ask you a couple of questions. Am I right in understanding that low-level vibration actually travels further unabated because it's got a longer sine wave? And secondly, in the instance you've given us, would it have been as close as 10 metres?
Okay, so the example I've given you was literally where it was an end of terrace, I think, house with a small, I don't know, path down the side, then a fence, then the substation. So it was very close, probably 3 metres, 4 metres from the wall of the property. So that's that. No, the low frequency noise thing, yes, you're right, but low frequency noise is most usually dealt with by, if you like, isolating the equipment that's causing the noise from the ground, hence the mounting of it. And also brick is incredibly efficient, especially you've got a brick structure, then a gap, then a brick wall, then a gap, then a brick wall, then someone's house or windows, whatever. So it's kind of way more than many of these little substations have.
No, not until, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to say this. I want you to hand that bit of paper that Mrs. Carlisle gave you back. That is not allowed. Thank you. You know that. Right, now you may ask your question.
The vibration pad doesn't appear to be in the application.
And I don't think the vibration pad itself would have needed to have been included in the application, but it is a question that we can ask, and it may well be, that we could deal with it by condition.
Mr. Weimer?
In my view, it would need to be a condition on the planning consent that details of a suitable vibration pad, or if that's the correct term, to be submitted, approved by us and in consultation with environmental health, and then installed in accordance with those details. So I think we can make sure that the permission includes a condition that they have to include or have to construct or install. I'm not quite sure whether it's a construction of a vibration pad or installation of a pad, but that it has to be provided. Because that in itself wouldn't require, it's plant, it wouldn't require a separate planning permission. As I said before, in my view, it's the brick building that requires the consent.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Spencer.
Please excuse me if I've got this wrong, but I'm struggling a little bit to understand. I hear your example of another site, but how can we make any judgments when we don't actually know what the equipment within this building is? And I don't think we actually know what it is, and we don't know its capacity, or we don't know any of its outputs or whatever. So how can we apply the judgments and your experience, with no disrespect to your experience, to something that we don't actually know?
The only thing I would say, I mean, I've been an environmental health officer for 35 years. In that situation with East Devon, it actually came up as a complaint to us in environmental health about a potential noise nuisance, and that was where it started. Now, regardless of the planning consent, which has been explained essentially for the structure, the noise nuisance provisions still apply. So therefore, we can only reasonably anticipate what an impact is likely to be at the planning stage, but there's always the noise nuisance under the Environmental Protection Act, which is what we use habitually to resolve justified noise problems. And the other thing is, about the 35 years and of dealing with noise complaints, I have never, other than that one situation in East Devon, because it was so close and open, had to investigate a noise complaint about an electrical substation. So that's, the answer that I can give, really. And then I always say, usually in my comments, we can only reasonably anticipate whether there'll be an issue. So if it's something that's obviously going to be really noisy, we're going to look for mitigation or movement or, more detail. But in this situation, I've got no justification for asking that, because in all those years, we've never dealt with a noise complaint from the substations because they're not tending to be noisy. Secondly, the applicant has already offered up the mitigation that we would be asking for if they hadn't. So therefore, I would have no reason to suggest that it isn't an appropriate development.
Councillor Baldry, we're still on questions, by the way.
But not questions to Councillor Birch. Councillors, well, this is a question to the Environmental Health Officer.
Who do you want to put your question
To the Environmental Health?
That's fine.
Picking her brains based on her vast experience. Paragraph 4.4 at the end and start of paragraph 4.5, it says if it was a fault, the residents should contact Environmental Health for assistance, and we also get the assurance that any potential noise nuisance could be dealt with if it became an issue in the future. When I read that, Chairman, I thought stable door, horse bolted. It's a bit late to do it once you get the complaint, but what powers have we got to deal with it if it becomes an issue in the future? Could that include closing down the substation and asking for it to be removed to elsewhere on the site?
Again, when we investigate potential noise nuisance under the Environmental Protection Act, all options are on the table. So what we would look for is a solution or a resolution, and therefore we would be working with Western Power or their noise consultants to looking for a solution. But it's hard for me to answer the would you be able to get it moved question, because as I say, in all these years I've been doing it, there's never been a noise problem from these substations that has not, well, I've never had to deal with a complaint other than the one I've got. So I can understand people's, worries and concerns, because, it is worrying when it's something new. But all I can say is that in terms of as far as we can reasonably anticipate at the planning stage, then I wouldn't have any concerns.
Thank you. Right, we'll go back. Has everybody asked all the questions they want of our environmental health? No, Councillor Hodgson.
What is your assessment based on given that I'm looking now at the planning portal and I can't see any assessment of what is actually being installed apart from the design and access statement, which just says we need to put a substation in and that it's going to be, a brick building. So I don't know how we can. I actually would like to suggest, if I may, Chairman, that we go for a deferral, because I can't see we've got really enough information to make a kind of a really well informed and considered decision today, because I think there's a lot of outstanding questions, and I hear what you're saying. I again respect your knowledge and understanding of this, but I mean we're supposed to be making the decision, and I feel very uncomfortable making a decision when all I can see is lots of photographs on the site, lots of objections, but I can't actually see something that says this is what's going in, these are the assessments that have been carried out, and this is the kind of thing, so we can actually, if we wanted to, do our own further assessment.
Can you turn your mic off? Because I'm going to say something now. None of us are experts on this particular field, and as far as I'm concerned, I would have to take the experience of an experienced officer. I don't see that deferring it or anything like that is going to make any difference at all, because this is down to people in expert fields, and we've got a very expert health officer here now who's had a lot of experience, who says there's never been a problem. There are other members in this committee may feel that, but as far as I'm concerned, when it comes down to it, I have to go with various officers' recommendations. But I went. Still got the situation where anybody got any questions for Councillor Birch? No? Right. Right, thank you very much. So now, members, we are now into the debate. Councillor Smurden.
Thank you, Chairman. People are wondering what equipment's likely to go in there. First, obviously, I'm not an expert in anything like this, but based on considerable experience of over the years of working with Western Power on various projects, etc., what I suspect what this is effectively a transformer. The main transmission voltage in all that you see on the lines, etc., across as they crisscross the countryside, that's 11,000 volts, and then it transforms it down to usable 240, which is what we've got here. If you go around the countryside, you'll see these transformers on poles. Obviously, in this sort of, if it were on a farm or something like that, it would be up on a pole. In this sort of instance, it's a substation put in there, so it's effectively a transformer. I would imagine, unless they're planning on putting some other more specialist equipment in there. The reason that it's got, Councillor Hodgson said about it being, why wasn't it underground? The reason that I suspect the reason that it has to be above ground is because it needs air cooling, it needs air circulation in order to make sure that the equipment is properly cooled. Having said that, I haven't got to live next to it. As I say, most of these things are up on poles and out of the way, etc. I mean, you do see them on estates, etc., around about. I would imagine that if a development of this size needs one, then they're going to put one in, regardless. I would definitely say that it needs all the safeguards that are possible to put there, anti-vibration mounts, even to the point that if we inquired about putting additional soundproofing inside, but I suspect it's going to be there anyway.
Right, thank you for that. Now, Councillor Hodgson, to be fair to you, you said earlier on that you were talking about deferral. I think we need to clear that up because you've said that. You actually proposing deferral?
I am, Chair. I would like to propose deferral because, as I say, I'm sitting here looking at the.
Well, I think we understand why. I mean, we've gone into quite a lot.
Well, maybe I just can explain it for myself. It's just that we're all flying blind here because there is no report about what we're actually approving. And I know essentially we're approving a brick structure, but I mean, we're hearing about what it's the duty of that structure. How can we make an assessment, even if none of us are experts? I mean, I have got a science degree, so I'm actually used to looking at some of these things, but nevertheless, it's not science, it's not a degree in environmental health particularly. And I just think it's something that we should at least have an understanding of what we're looking at, because there's no document on here that tells us what's going in that box. And therefore, I mean, listening, it's very helpful to listen to the environmental health officer.
You've made that very clear. I know exactly why.
And I just think that's why I think a deferral could actually inform us better.
What I want to know, is there a seconder for that?
Yes, I'm willing to second. Can I speak?
Okay.
Why I'm seconding deferral?
Yeah.
I'm seconding deferral. There were a number of points that come out. Councillor Hodgson covered them very well. Councillor Smurden's point, he came to the right conclusion in the end. Namely, this is not in open countryside. It is not on a farm. It is next to residents and where they live. This is not an application from Western Power. It's an application from the developer. Had the developer been here, we might have asked him some of the questions. And one of the questions I want to know, in addition to the need for a health assessment, is also why it is sited in this position and not elsewhere on the site. And perhaps we could get an answer to that as well. I'm seconding Councillor Hodgson's proposal.
Thank you for that. So, there's no point in carrying on debating this now, if that's what the members wish. So can I have... Yeah, Mr Fairbairn.
Chairman, if I can just say one thing. I think there was something Councillor Birch said, and I think Councillor Baldry has just said, referred to it as well. And that is the question about a health impact assessment. Policy Dev 1, the wording simply requires one to be provided where there is an environmental statement accompanying the application. This is not an environmental, an application that requires or has required an environmental statement. Therefore, there is no requirement in policy terms for a health impact assessment to be provided.
Chairman, if I can come back, there may not be a requirement in policy terms, but it's something I would like to see.
Okay. So you've heard what said. We need to deal with this before we go any further with this application. Can I have a show of hands, all those in favour of deferral? Okay. Those against? Okay. Abstentions? None. Okay. So the application for deferral is turned down. We will proceed with the debate. Councillor Spencer.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor, can you turn your mic off?
No, I'm
was it-
speaking
Oh,
to
you,
that.
oh, right, okay.
Don't you tell me.
Sorry.
One's over there.
Don't you dare.
Sorry. I hear what others say about deferral, and I know we've gone through that process. And I think there are some concerns which I probably agree with. But I've got in the back of my mind that if we object and if we don't go forward with this, then Western Power, which I think is actually the National Grid now, but National Grid will come along and they will just do it anyway. So I've always got that in the back of my mind. And I think it's better maybe to have some control over what's going on rather than not have the control of National Grid doing it.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor, did you? No, it was. Anybody else? Yeah, Councillor Abbott.
We're asked to give permission, planning permission, for a brick box. It's not very pretty, but everything else is going to go ahead anyway. And, you know, I've referred to built-up areas before in my comparisons that I'm used to seeing these boxes here, there and everywhere in urban environments. And they're sometimes made out of GRP or sometimes they're made out of brick. They're just part of the urban landscape. That's my comment.
Thank you. Anybody else? Well, somebody's going to have to put a proposal of some description if you've got nothing more to say. Councillor Hodgson.
I've obviously said as much as I can possibly say on this to ideally try and persuade fellow councillors to try and have, it's not about yes and no, sometimes it's just about tuning and making something the best it can be. And I hear what Councillor Abbott says, but I think again, you know, I feel that we've got a duty here to try and get the best we can for the residents. You know, we're public representatives, we're not representatives on behalf of Western Power or anybody else like that. Our duty is to listen to what the residents' concerns are and also, I think, put ourselves in their shoes and think, how would I feel if that was, you know, I was as close as I am to Richard and Richard was a vibrating box, you know, no disrespect, but it's like that's the proximity that we're talking about. And I think we have to understand it on that level. And personally, I've dealt with somebody and been dealing with a resident in Totnes for the last 2.5 years who has had a severe problem with a vibration that is caused by her proximity to, you know, some machinery and vibration, and it's utter misery. I've been in her house at 10 o'clock at night when you could feel it coming through the floor like that. And I'm not suggesting that's what's happening here, but if we can get the best we can for these residents, not only for the ones who are living there, but the ones in the new building. And it's interesting that this has been pushed away from the new building. It's actually towards the residents that currently exist. I think what my request for deferral is based on the fact that what can we get that's the best it can be for this. It's not saying we don't have an electric box, because I'm sure if they decided they need one, they probably do, because it's not going to be a cheap exercise. But I do think, you know, listening to the environmental health officers talked about a pad. Fine, you know, that sounds like a good idea. It's not in what's being proposed here, and hopefully somebody will think that that's something that we should put in as a condition. But I just think the siting could be better. And I think the siting is not going to make a massive difference to overall thing, but we're at that pivotal moment now when we can actually call for that, just a deferral to see what might be better. And it's not necessarily meaning that South West Power are going to come in and put a box in while we're not looking.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Chairman, thank you. With no clear definition of who chose the site where it is, I think I would be more content if National Grid, Western Power, were putting it in and were coming in, because they would be providing a lot of detail there, as they normally do when situations like this arise. So for me, I think I'd be more content, as it's the applicant has put it in without sort of very much detail or any detail. If National Grid were to come along, we'd know exactly what was going in there. And I think that's, if it is going to go ahead, it needs conditioning very, very tightly, with, considerable belt and braces, which may not be appropriate because we are not sure of what controls are there. We may see, a pad, insulation, various elements like that. There may be other things that National Grid could say, well, we deal with this all the time. This is what needs to go in. So I think that evidence, if it is going to go ahead, needs to be provided quite clearly before, it goes ahead. So it's a, pre-commencement conditions that we need to sort of really tighten things up. But I feel more comfortable if National Grid were putting the application in.
Thank you for that. Well, to be honest, we're between a rock and a hard place, aren't we? Well, you've got your, and that's where I feel personally that we've got a situation where we are between a rock and a hard place. But I listened to what Councillor Long said, and he's made a lot of sense about what we do and how we go forward with this. But I still haven't put their hand up to propose or oppose this application.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've listened to the experts on this one. The expert, sorry, whatever that means. But I think providing we can condition, as Mark has said, to put vibration pad in, or anti-vibration pad, not a vibration pad, an anti-vibration pad, to alleviate some of the vibration, because the last thing we want is disruption to the houses. And I'm sure that they would soon come back and sort of complain if it was, but we want to stop it before it starts. And I think probably insulation, anti-vibration pad would be the way forward, and I would like to go along with the plan officer and vote for approval.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Smurden. Now, we need two or three things: conditions, and whether we're going to do it on a pre-commencement.
It can't be a pre-commencement condition for the development because the development has already commenced. What it would have to be if we wanted details, it would have to be details provided before the substation building, substation element was undertaken. It can't be a pre-commencement condition per se because the development has already commenced. So you wouldn't be able to go back in time to that point. But before
I was referring to the actual building. I wasn't referring to the whole. Yeah, I realise that. So I'm looking for some assistance in what we need to be doing to make sure that we've got this really tied up.
Chairman, can I suggest that we have a 5-minute adjournment so that the officers can have a chat amongst themselves to come up with a form of wording that we can then put to the committee and suggest committee considers?
Yeah, that sounds perfectly reasonable to me. So we'll have a 5-minute adjournment. Okay. Okay, we're now streaming again, so can we hear from our officers, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I think we've got, and I'll rephrase, I'm comfortable we've got the wording of the condition that does overcome the concerns that have been raised. And the additional condition we would suggest, and it's additional because as Mr. Harahan mentioned earlier, because it's a variation, all the other conditions on the original consent needs to be reimposed. This is an additional condition, and it no work shall be undertaken in connection with the provision of the substation or the building to house it until details of the equipment to be installed have been submitted to and approved by the local planning authority. Details installed, including any noise and vibration mitigation, have been submitted to and approved by the local planning authority. The approved details, the installation shall then be in accordance with the approved details and maintained and retained as such.
Thank you for that. Everybody clear on those? Everybody happy with those conditions? Councillor Abbott?
I thought the request was a good start, but I thought the request suggested detail, for instance, vibration pads, although with the trouble is we're on dicey ground because we don't know what we're talking about. And another possibility is a Faraday cage.
Mr. Weimer.
I believe the condition I've worded out does deal with the vibration mitigation and the vibration plates, because that'll be part of the mitigation. The reason why we wouldn't want to specify it has to be vibration plates is that, my understanding is that some of the equipment, yes, would need vibration plates. Some of the equipment comes with pre-installed vibration plates and they're on feet, so you wouldn't necessarily need to have an additional vibration plate in the ground because it's dealt with within the equipment. So that's why we'd want details rather than to be unreasonably specific if it wasn't something that was necessary. In terms of details of the siting, if we're putting a condition on, or did I mishear what he said?
Yeah, sorry, I was suggesting maybe something like chicken wire, maybe. What is that name of that? Harris fencing, to provide a Faraday cage which stops electromagnetic energy from emitting from a device because it's contained, like sitting inside a car in a thunderstorm.
Just a second.
I think hopefully when we're asking for, or when the condition sets out that they have to provide any mitigation for noise, what I said was noise and vibration. If we included noise, vibration, and any other emissions, and then that would, then when we got with details of the equipment, then there's then an assessment of what other mitigation would be covered, but it would then cover that. Because what I don't know is whether it has to be a metal fence on the outside, or whether it can be something on the internal of the internal wall of the building. So I suspect I don't want to specify you have to do some sort of fencing around it if it's something that could be contained within the building. So if we add the word emissions to that, then would that cover that point?
Yes, if you need it recorded.
Okay. Councillor Hodgson.
I've actually found a plan of this. So that it was described in the officer's report as a modest size. It's about 4.5 metres, as far as I can make out, up to ridge height, by 4 metres by 4 metres base. So it's not something inconsiderable. I think we need to bear that in mind. That's from what I can read on this plan, which isn't very clear. There is a reinforcing mesh earth, which is something, but it's also got quite a deep concrete footing that it's going onto. And bearing in mind that this is the centre of Totnes, where it's actually got archaeological, I think there should be some archaeological cover just to make sure that it's covered if there's anything that comes up. I mean, I'm sorry, I can see your face, but actually it could be quite serious. 4 metres by 4 metres. So I just think we ought to just make sure there's an archaeological sort of check if, as and when they actually dig that hole. They might have dug it already, but if they haven't, then that should be observed for.
Condition 3 of the suggested conditions, which is taken from the original permission, is an archaeological condition.
Yeah, I didn't shut my eyes because I was disagreeing with you. I suddenly, you brought up something I hadn't thought of. So where are we now, Mr. Fairbairn? Are we going?
Chairman, you have a proposal, and that was seconded. I think the amendment to include the wording of the condition has been proposed. I think that the seconder was happy with that.
Yeah.
So therefore, Chairman, you have a motion on the floor, open to you to have a vote.
So okay. Everybody, I think, is happy. We're right. So can I have a show of hands in favour of this application, subject to, I'm not going to reel it all out, but we've
the condition as proposed.
Conditions as proposed. Can I have a show of hands in favour, please? So that application is approved. Anybody against? 1 against. Sorry. Yep. 2 against and 1 abstention. So the application is approved, subject to all those conditions. Thank you, members. That wasn't an easy one because it wasn't easy. Simple as that. Right, we will move on to application 2013-22, full 20 Buckwall Road, Kingsbridge. And who's present today? You're having a tough time today, Charlotte, aren't you? Charlotte, could you present the case, please?
Thank you, Chairman. So sorry, can you hear me? Yeah.
I can do it if you want.
No, well, I'm just worried about Councillor Panel.
I'm sorry, I'm deaf in one ear.
Right, this is my last one, so I'll go for it and then not talk the rest of the day. So this is an application for a replacement, for a new dwelling in the garden of 20 Buckwell Road in Kingsbridge. Just as an update, probably didn't need a slide, but I didn't know if there would be more updates. We've received 1 additional letter of support since the report was published, but it didn't raise any new issues that aren't already in the report. So, as members remember from visiting the site on Monday, we're in Kingsbridge, in a residential part of Kingsbridge. As the aerial view with the proposal to build a house in the garden. The proposed house would be a planning unit in its own right, so the red line was amended during the course of the application so that it doesn't include the existing property, 20 Buckwall Road. So it has its own parking, own access and own garden area within its own red line. So this is just a site layout plan, just showing it in the rear garden. Again, with the parking sort of at the access, and then you've got a pedestrian access along the northern boundary down to the proposed dwelling. So we mentioned the parking when we were at the site visit on Monday, so here is just a section showing the parking would be installed. The existing ground level would be raised up by a maximum of 2 metres, because obviously at the moment it slopes. Parking would be proposed for 4 vehicles. 2 spaces would be allocated to the new house and 2 would be allocated to the existing property. Just very briefly, just here's the elevations, just so you can see it's quite a standard 2-storey design. The reason that the application is at committee and the main issue in the application is the impact on the neighbour amenity. There are 3 properties that I'll sort of specifically talk about. The first is to the west of the site, which is number 2, St Marco Gardens. So at the bottom of the screen is just a Google shot showing the relationship between the 2. It's about 30 metres away from the middle of the proposed dwelling. If members remember, the topography of the area is quite steep, so the neighbouring property that I'm referring to here is significantly lower than the proposed dwelling. And as members may remember, there are very substantial hedges between the site and the neighbour. The hedges are owned by this neighbour at number 2, so the applicant has no control over the retention of these hedges. But as I mentioned on site, if members thought it was necessary or sort of beneficial just to really secure that kind of screening between the 2, we could add a condition about some boundary treatments on that elevation. So either a fence or hedging or details that we can agree. The next property is number 3, St Marco Gardens, so just below number 2, if you can see the screen at the bottom. It's slightly closer, it's about 26 metres away, but again it's at a much lower level. And looking at the photo at the top, which is looking towards number 3, as you can see, very well screened again. So the proposal doesn't raise any concerns with regard to the 2 properties at St Marco Gardens. The next property is 15 Allotment Gardens, which we went to visit. Members will remember. So the site plan's got a lot of numbers on it, so it's quite hard to see. But these red arrows show that the distance is it's approximately 13 metres. So this end is just less than 13. This end is slightly more. This would be the elevation that faces number 15. So we've just got one high level window in the kitchen at ground floor level, and permitted development rights are proposed to be removed so that no additional openings would be able to be installed. If you notice as well that the ridge which is closest to this neighbour is lower, and then the height of the property rises as it gets further back away from number 15. So some members came inside the house at number 15, some members just looked outside. So just to let members know, so this is a view from the first floor of number 15. As you can see, because there is quite a significant difference in levels, even from the first floor, the view out towards number 20 or the garden of number 20 is quite obscured by the existing boundary. This is the view from the ground floor, so which is where the bedrooms are. It's an upside down house. And again, because it is so much lower, you can't sort of see into the Buckwell Road site from the ground floor. This is a view from the garden terrace at number 15. Just for a bit of a reference, this is the carport of the existing dwelling at number 20. Which would be removed, and then the dwelling would be sited further down. And finally, up in the roof space of number 15, looking out of the roof lights, obviously you'll be able to see the house from here, but given the sort of setback and the lack of openings to that side, we don't consider that that's harmful in terms of amenity. And just one final one, just looking at from the hall, so at the first floor level of number 15. Again, you would get glimpses of it, but I don't think that this is sort of something that we would say would be unacceptable. So just to summarise, before my voice completely gives out. The principle of development is acceptable. We're in a main town. The building would meet space standards, external amenity standards. The design and the landscape impact is acceptable. It's in keeping with the sloping topography of the site. Additional landscaping is also proposed. Neighbour amenity, so whilst the dwelling will be visible from other properties, we don't consider that the impact is such that it would be harmful when compared to existing levels of amenity, and conditions are recommended to protect this. And parking, there are 2 spaces which we consider to be sufficient in a town centre location. Recommendation approval, thank you.
Well done. Members, any questions of Charlotte? Councillor Baldry.
First of all, apology, Chairman, I wasn't on the site visit because I didn't know until Monday that I was going to be sitting on your committee, so I could not be invited. But I do know the site quite well. I've delivered leaflets around there, and I can absolutely confirm what the officer says in half steep. Really, as we've been told, this is all about parking and parking provision. If 2 spaces are not enough, where is the nearest alternative public parking which could be used?
I mean, there is on-street parking. Members will remember when they visited the site, you know, they just parked on the road. Obviously, we don't want to promote that, but no, so as I say, the 2 spaces that are allocated, we consider to be enough for 1 dwelling.
Councillor Smurden.
Thank you, Chair. I did raise this point with Charlotte at the site meeting. Obviously, as Councillor Baldry said, it isn't half steep. And in order to get, particularly, you know, the site where they're planning on, there's been an element of cut and fill to, you know, get level sites, hasn't there? So inevitably part of the site where this house is proposed to go, the foundations will be on what is currently filled ground. So I appreciate, I think you said at the time that this would be building control or whatever, but I'm concerned that should this be approved, that there are conditions ensuring that you know, that the foundations on that lower side are properly, you know, properly rooted in solid ground. That's a lot of shake.
Yes, Mr. Weimer.
I absolutely understand Councillor Smurden's concern, but my response is that I don't think that would be a lawful planning condition because it is controlled by building regulations, and we shouldn't use planning conditions to stray into other areas or the areas that are controlled by other sets of legislation. It is absolutely a building control matter. It's one of the key building control matters is foundations.
Thank you. Councillor Taylor?
Sorry, thank you. I mean, my question's been answered really because I don't believe this is a planning issue. It's building control.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to try and sort of test your voice any more. How much amenity space remains for the existing property? Because it does seem tight on the site.
So it did look tight, but we need to bear in mind that the carport that was there now is going to be removed, and that's going to become garden space for the existing house. So the existing house has front garden space and the side. So yeah, satisfied that that remains sufficient. Yeah, so if you can see on this one, you've got the garden at the top and this garden at the front are both for number 20.
Another question. Sort of linked to, obviously there would be a requirement for a construction management plan, and that, you know, constrained site will need to be very tight and very comprehensive. There is an oak tree, an old oak tree that's in the boundary. I'm not sure whether that's in the red line site or a neighbouring property. It's not quite clear. But my concern with that is obviously all of the construction, all the materials are going to be brought down what appears to be a track which will go over there. There needs to be quite clear root protection measures there because, you know, I can imagine diggers and things like that, there'll be severe compaction and that sits on a bank as well. So we'd need pretty clear and robust root protection measures for that particular oak tree.
One of the conditions recommended is for tree protection measures to be agreed with us prior to commencement, which has been agreed by the applicant. Yeah, so Lee had a look at it, and that's the condition he recommended. So that's recommended.
Okay. Anybody else want to test our officer's voice any further? No? I think we've got a pretty good outline of what's happening. So we'll now move on to supporter. Oh, Mrs. Burton. I haven't seen you for a day or two. Oh, objector, sorry. Beg your pardon. Ahead of myself. Catherine Palmer. Beg your pardon.
Good morning, committee. My name's Catherine Palmer. We are not objecting to local people wanting a house. We are local people too. The size and scale of the development does not impact the neighbours in Buckle Road. Our house sits alongside the whole garden relating to the application. We are the directly affected next door neighbour, and the impact is to our property in Allotment Gardens and the neighbours in St Marco Gardens. These properties have raised substantive objections in terms of dominance, loss of privacy, light and amenity. Our objections align with the joint local plan. These are: 1. The size, scale, height and dominance of the house take away our privacy and amenity. Planning regulations required our property to be built into the hillside to minimise its impact, particularly on 20 Buckle Road. Even after the orientation change, siting the development on top of the terrace garden fails to minimise its impact. 2. This two-storey development is higher than our three-storey upside-down house, facing us with a brick wall that will dominate the 9 windows, kitchen, bedrooms, etc. on the impacted side of the house. 3. The general plan and the ecological appraisal demonstrate the significant height differences between our property and the development. We have had the separation distance measured. The roof ridge separation distance is 11.9 metres and not approximately 13 metres as stated in the report. 11.9 is well below what is referred to in section 13.29 of the SPD, which requires separation distances to be increased where there are differences in ground levels. The ground level of our property is 3.5 metres below that of the proposed house. It is clear from section 13.29 that this house should be approximately 3 metres further away from our property. 4. The application states the trees and boundaries need to be managed. These boundaries are not owned by the applicants, and a planning application cannot require neighbours to manage their own boundaries when doing so impacts their light, privacy and amenity. St Marco Gardens has received an official letter asking for the tree heights to be reduced due to their impact on the existing house at 20 Buckle Road. These trees will no longer affect this house if the development is approved. The new house is higher than these trees. We already manage our seasonal boundary hedge, cutting back growth in October to allow light into the ground floor bedroom. It is unreasonable to expect us to shield our property from this development by allowing the hedge to grow taller. If this application is approved, this bedroom will suffer significant loss of light and be dominated by a high brick wall. 5. The general plan contravenes the 25% rule because the line on the plan aligns with our first floor and not our ground floor as required by the SPD. We understand wanting a house of a particular size and scale. However, this cannot be to the detriment of a neighbour's property in terms of dominance, loss of privacy, light and amenity. Hence, the SPD requirement that any development of urban gardens requires a higher test of suitability. On the basis of our substantive objections supported by the SPD, we respectfully ask for the application to be refused.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councillor Smurden.
Point of clarity, the lady objecting has said that the roof of this new house will be above the tree. Can Charlotte show us on her plans how that will look?
So if I can just clarify for members, the trees or the hedges, these here,
Yeah.
there is a high hedge covenant, forgive me, this is not a planning thing, they have to be kept at 9 metres. I don't know whether they're exceeding that at the moment, but bearing that in mind, I was still satisfied that those hedges being 9 metres would still be acceptable.
Not a question, Chairman. I couldn't hear any of that. Could someone else repeat it? Certainly for the benefit of the people behind me. I'm sure they couldn't hear.
There's what Charlotte said was there's been, I'm assuming through the high hedges element, there's a requirement that the hedge should be kept, that the hedge trees should be kept at no more than 9 metres. And she was satisfied that the height of the house wouldn't exceed that 9 metre height. And I accept that the 9 metre height is from the lower level and not 9 metres from the site level.
You actually spoke, unless they ask, you can't really come back.
Okay, that's fine.
Unless there's a real, completely different point, but. Any other members got questions of our, yes, Albert, of the speaker? Or?
It was to do with Peter's question for a point of clarification. Is that all right?
All right.
Because I thought then what was addressed was the boundary to the west, whereas the difficulty is the boundary to the north, and that distance and that separation and that hedge height.
Is that not a question of clarity to the speaker?
Yeah, that is a question of clarity to the speaker, actually.
Yes, that hedge is our boundary, and we cut it back in October because we have to have more light down into the bedroom on the ground floor. We haven't cut it back yet because we're just about to go on holiday, and we're doing it when we come back. And of course, that then means that we'll have a lot less light in that bedroom, and that is a serious concern for us.
Okay.
Answer Councillor Abbott's question.
Happy with that? Okay. Any more questions of the speaker? No, thank you very much. Now we'll move on to the supporter, Mrs. Burton.
Good morning, members. Excuse me. This application seeks approval for a family home to provide accommodation for Mr and Mrs Gidley's son, partner and family to own their own home, which will then free up another piece of accommodation in the area. The dwelling has been designed with a step-down and hip roof to reflect its location and respect all of the surrounding properties. The dwelling will have a ridge height of 49.8, whereas 20 Buckwell Road has a ridge height of 52.78, so it will be 3 metres lower than the existing dwelling, making use of the large stepped garden. The plans, as you've seen, show 4 parking spaces and a turning head to serve both the proposed and existing dwellings, with the pedestrian access down to the new dwelling. The new dwelling will be constructed subject to a construction management plan, with materials transported to the site over a ramp which will be created over the existing patio area where the lean-to structure would be removed, so avoiding the tree. The architect has confirmed that it is likely the dwelling will be of timber construction with either trench foundations or screw piles, all subject to building regs approval. The spoil taken from the foundations will be used to create the level car parking area, ensuring minimal movement on and off the site. The site is located in the KWAC Crack settlement of Kingsbridge, is well located close to the primary school and provides a sustainable location for a family home within walking distance of all the services. The dwelling will be well insulated, built with double glazed windows with solar panels on the roof and an EV charger, and will provide a low carbon and affordable home to run. Both existing and new dwelling will have sufficient garden space and parking, and as detailed in the officer's report and as you can see from the photographs, meets with all the local plan policies. And I therefore hope very much, members, you will support this local family and home for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker?
I need to come back in after the speaker.
Okay. Right. Right, thank you very much. Mr. Weimer.
Apologies, members. Like Councillor Baldy, I misheard what. Well, you didn't hear at all because I misheard what. Only just. I misheard what Charlotte said, so I do need to clarify this because it's a question raised. So the tree stroke hedge that have got the high hedges element to it, that needs to be, or in theory should be no more than 9 metres. If it was at 9 metres, and I generally don't know whether it is or it isn't at the moment from what I saw on site, if it is at 9 metres, the lady spoke is absolutely right. The ridge height of the proposed dwelling would be higher than that hedge, but the officer is satisfied that that is acceptable, but it would be higher than the hedge at that bottom side if the hedge was at 9 metres. Just want to make sure that we're absolutely clear on that, because I think I said it wouldn't be higher, and I misunderstood what Charlotte said, and we just double checked it, and I wanted to be clear for you.
Right, thank you for that. Members got that? Right. So we now move on to where are we? Ward member, isn't it? Councillor Callaghan. I saw you. Couldn't see you. I was looking for you, and I couldn't see you between Councillor Taylor and Boulder. You were hiding. That's why I was hunting to see. No. Right. I don't need to tell you what to do.
Thanks very much. Good morning. Yeah, I'm Denise O'Callaghan, ward member, one of the ward members for Kingsbridge. As has been mentioned, that we have an affordable housing crisis. We have it across the district. We've declared one. It's particularly acute in Kingsbridge. People struggle to find anywhere to live, to rent or to buy. So I'm extremely supportive of people in this situation, as I live myself in the town, and I am aware of this. However, we are a planning committee, and we must be mindful of planning rules and regulations. And I just want to draw the committee's attention to points, most of which have been covered already. But the first one, there are 3 main points. The first one is the neighbouring property, 15 Allotment Gardens, and you've just heard from the owner, Ms. Palmer, which is much lower down, as you saw on the site visit and from the diagrams, than the proposed 4-bedroom house. I do have some concerns about potential over-dominance and potential loss of light, because 15 Allotment Gardens, that side of it does face south, and they do get a lot of light into those windows. As you saw, that ground floor window is very much lower. The supplementary planning document does say there should be a distance of a minimum of, I think it's 12 metres. The officer said that this one is 13, although this has been disputed, that it's actually 11.9. But additionally, if there is a difference in ground heights, there should be an extra 3 metres allowed for every 2 metres differential in height. And this, I believe, is 3.5, although correct me if I'm wrong. So that means I believe that, if my maths are correct, that it actually in this case breaches that. And so I would be concerned about that. So that's one point. The second one is the other neighbours in St Marco Gardens, numbers 2 and 3. The officer says that there's a 25-metre difference here, so it's further away, but again, lower levels. And then there are these dense trees and hedges, which the officer pointed to being an additional protection for their privacy from the proposed development. However, the council has asked the owner of the trees at number 2 St Marco Gardens to cut them down, as we've heard, not cut them down, but to reduce the height apparently to 9 metres. I'm not entirely clear what height they are at the moment, so I'm not clear whether that reduction that would need to be done would actually, that it might affect the privacy of St Marco Gardens, because of the reorientation in this application. The ridge has gone from north to south to east to west. So the windows and doors on the building would face St Marco Gardens now. So it could affect their privacy, because they'd be going outdoors and looking out of windows, etc. So that would be the orientation concern for St Marco Gardens. So I would be wanting to flag that up about the trees and you know, the potential height and whether reduction would affect their privacy. The third point I wanted to mention was one of parking, which again has been mentioned in the supplementary planning document that's relevant. You are for a 4-bedroom house, for this particular instance, for a 4-bedroom house plus the existing house, you should have 5, as I understand it, but 4 are being proposed. There is parking is a big issue in Kingsbridge. So I would like to flag that one up as well. I mean, you went to Buckwell Road. I have to say there are cars all over the place. It's not ideal, particularly if emergency services wanted to get up there. So this would potentially add to that problem if there were additional cars. So I think that's something that does need to be mentioned. The Town Council, Kingsbridge Town Council, did flag that was their particular concern. So it needs to be highlighted. And those are would be my areas of concern, while obviously supporting people who want to try and you know, get housing in a difficult area at the moment. So that would be what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, have you any questions of the councillor? No? Okay, thank you very much. So we move to the debate.
I'll jump in here with both feet like I normally do and just say I actually wish to support the officer's recommendation and propose approval. I think that this is what the housing crisis can be assisted by. And I think, you know, this whole issue around social care that a lot of families are facing into, to have family able to live almost with their, you know, their extended family and yet have separation is a good solution. And I think it's something that, where possible, we should support. I accept what the impacts on residents. I think, you know, that photograph there sort of speaks quite a lot. But actually, that, as far as I know, is you know, from the neighbouring sort of house. I can see they've got a light painted wall, but actually a little bit of adjustment, maybe with some of that hedging, not take it out, but just things that have lighter branches in the winter, etc., can actually improve quite a lot the light coming into bedrooms down below. So I think, yeah, of course it's a compromise that everybody has to sort of squeeze up a bit. But I think if it means that we give yet another local family opportunity to have their own home, an affordable rate, because obviously they're getting the site supported by their family, then I wish to support that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Taylor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm coming in on the back of what everybody else has said, really. I mean, we've declared a housing crisis. This is a windfall site that is going to free up another affordable house for somebody else to live in. This is a young couple. They need to move and get themselves into a bigger house. They couldn't afford that unless somebody was giving them the site. And to be able to have a gifted site and build your own home, got to be the dream. The applicants both work in Totnes, so it would then go along with our climate emergency, which would cut down the carbon emissions from travelling, I don't know how far it is, probably 12, 14 miles from where they live. So I think this really is a great thing for a young couple to be able to go along. I think the impact from what we saw on Monday was minimal, and I don't think that's going to affect too much. And below the fir trees, there's a bungalow down below, but I mean they'd have to have very long stilts to be able to get up and look over the top of the hedge from that point of view. And this is sheltered from that anyway. I think we got to look at all the aspects on this one. And like I say, it's a windfall site, so it's an extra site that we're going to get that's going to free up another affordable house for somebody else to go. So if Jackie's gone for approval, then I would like to second that, or if she hasn't, I will.
As I understand it, Councillor Hodgson, you proposed approval, and you've now Councillor Taylor proposed second. Councillor Abbott.
So I'm yet to understand this issue of separation distances. There's an apparent difference over measurements, and as a former surveyor, I have a great sympathy with that, but here we are dealing with the law. And the difference in height and the extra distance of separation has been raised, and I don't know whether this was within the law or not.
Yeah, yes, you would, Charlotte, if you can.
So the separation distances are guidance in the SPD, so they're not actually even policy, they're kind of guidance to the policy. I did kind of go into it in the report. There is an acknowledgement in the SPD that they're kind of indicative distances, and local kind of context needs to be taken into account. So, for example, it does say that in more built-up residential sort of urban areas, you can expect closer distances than in maybe more rural areas. So it was a balanced judgment, but that's the kind of judgment that I took.
Okay. Any other questions? Mark.
Chairman, one of the things that sort of comes to mind with this, and it's been raised about the housing emergency, there are sort of questions, as you said, it's just guidance. We have an emerging neighbourhood plan, which is at regulation 17 stage, and it seems a shame that we can't secure a principal residency on this new development, which obviously would secure it to remain, a principal residence in perpetuity. And I don't see that as a condition. I haven't heard any discussion around that. For me, it lessens, there are impacts, there's impact by any development like this in a back garden, and it is a back garden development, and I hate to say this, we're potentially going to see more of it as the demand for housing comes along, but there needs to be a balance. And for me, you are looking at a 4-bedroom dwelling, and I prefer to see that with a principal residence on it just to secure it for the future. I don't know whether that's a possibility. The neighbourhood planning is emerging, and I'm sure it would be carrying that along.
Mr. Weimer.
I expect the answer I'm going to give is the one you probably are expecting. I don't think that the neighbourhood plan has gone far enough down the line yet for us to fully implement its policies. I think it's probably one stage too short. I would agree with you, and as you know, as we would, if the neighbourhood plan had got far enough down the process, we would absolutely be recommending either a condition or a bonus agreement with a principal residency condition. I just don't believe the neighbourhood plan has gone far enough to us to be able to use those policies to that extent at the moment.
I will hesitate for a second because I can see Mr. Fairburn actually looking at it as we speak.
Chairman, I was just trying to find if there was anything which supported or contradicted what Mr. Weimer just said. At the moment, all I can find is that it's at the stage it's reached, it's a question of limited or moderate weight. If it had got to the examiner's report, then it'd be a question of significant weight could be given to the neighbourhood plan. And obviously, once it's gone through the referendum, it's full weight. So it's, I think, to impose a principal residency condition based on where it is at the moment would be unreasonable.
So my request would be stretching it, you're saying, or unreasonable. I don't think, given the way we are and the fact that we've declared a housing emergency and a crisis, I don't think it's unreasonable for that request to be made.
I think, Chairman, it's a question of whether you have a policy basis on which to impose or require a residency condition. And we've certainly had legal advice from Council that you do need that policy basis on which to impose it if you're going to impose. It's not one of those conditions that you can impose as you will. It's certainly my understanding anyway.
Right, thank you for that. We've had a proposal in a second, any further debate on this application, or are we going to, all happy to go to the vote? We've got conditions, various things, yeah, I know, but.
No, can you just bear with me?
Right.
So, sorry, for members, I'm just checking on the Kingsbridge Neighbourhood Plan website to see exactly what stage it's got at. And I didn't think it was. I'm just, so we're just, and I just want to see exactly where we are and exactly what the policy is. So you can bear with me a second.
Yeah, just have to bear with us for a minute whilst Mr. Weimer looks this up. I think Councillor Long, you pulled a googly at the present time and we're just waiting for an answer.
It would appear that from what I'm reading, that the examiner's report has been recently, it looks like it's been come onto the website September. So I'm just need to see what the examiner has said, because there appears to be some questions around the preciseness of the policy, because it seems to be, it's the requirement of neighbourhood, that it says where a requirement is justified, but potentially doesn't go into the details of when it is justified. So can I ask for a 10-minute adjournment to let me look at this? I think it is quite. I think it's quite key to this one, and I don't want to get it. I don't want to take a snap decision and get it wrong.
I'm quite happy for you to have a 10-minute adjournment to get it right. Of course I am. Yeah, right. So the rest of us. It would be as good a time as any, I think. gentlemen, I'm going to call upon Mr. Weimer to come back with a statement. Thank you.
Okay, apologies, members. With the limited time, I don't think we can get to the bottom of exactly what policy is in the referendum documents. There clearly was a policy at some iteration of the neighbourhood plan that talked about principal residency if there's a percentage of effectively second homes. But I think we have a solution going forward. So there's a little bit of debate at the moment. We have a solution going forward. We've spoken to the applicants. The applicants are happy to have a principal residency condition. So rather than spending more time delving into the precise policy nature, my suggestion is that we recommend that there's a principal residency condition added to that. The applicants are happy with that. I think it then covers the concerns that were raised, and rather than spending more time on it, we'll just move on from that point.
Thank you very much for that. So, members, we've already... yes, Councillor Long.
Chairman, given the concerns of the neighbours and the fact that they, trim hedges for light, I think we need to be very careful about landscaping conditions that, the new residents can't actually plant trees, shrubs that are allowed to grow, which would further block out. So I think there's a balance between a requirement for landscaping to ensure that they don't, don't impact neighbours detrimentally.
So at the moment there are no landscaping conditions proposed. So are you saying that you would want details to be agreed, or kind of a restriction type condition, or a details condition?
That's an awkward question. My concern is obviously the neighbours have expressed concern about sort of they trim hedges to allow light into their room, and I'm concerned that if landscaping is conducted, somebody does put trees in, that it could impact neighbours by reducing light. So I don't know how we'd handle that.
Councillor Long, you were asking this morning one or two sort of awkward questions, but we need answers to them.
I'm assuming we're talking about the one specific boundary. So we're talking about the left-hand side as you go down the path. Sorry, the right-hand side as you go down the path to the site. The reason why it giving me a little bit of angst is that it is an existing garden now, so there'll be nothing to stop the current owners plant. I think what it probably needs is two conditions. One, I think there needs to be a condition saying no boundary fencing on that boundary, because obviously they could put a 2 metre high fence up at the moment without requiring any form of consent. So I think it's probably no fencing to be erected along that boundary without details being approved by us in the first instance. I want to say no nothing, but I think we want to see details. Planting is a little bit more difficult, isn't it? I think what there probably needs to be is we probably need to have a landscape scheme condition. So either they come back and say no, it's just going to be turfed, or there's actually a scheme of planting that is then adhered to further on. So I think it should be no trees, and a scheme of landscaping just for that boundary, so we can see what it's going to be. Because obviously, if there'll be some low interspersed shrubs that aren't going to be a problem, but 2 metre high privet fence hedge is going to be a problem. So I think it's probably making sure we get details of any boundary treatment, any fences, and details of a landscape scheme along that. I don't think we could. I think it's too harsh to say you can't plant anything there, because there's lots of low stuff that would be appropriate. So I think we probably need a scheme. Would be my feeling.
Chairman, happy with that.
Right, thank you for that. Amelia, you're going to have to remind me where we are. Have we got a proposal and seconded?
Proposer, which is Councillor Hodgson, and
Yeah.
seconder, which is Councillor Taylor.
Right, that's fine. Anybody else got anything to add to that? We've got the conditions. Mr. Weimer, have you got everything?
Yes, we've got 3 additional conditions. One being the principal residency, one being details of any boundary treatment on that particular boundary, and 3 will be a landscaping condition for that particular boundary.
Thank you. Everybody happy with that? Can I have a show of hands for approval of this application, please? That is unanimous. So that application is approved, subject to those conditions. Okay, I am going to take my leave of the chair for this next application. As I explained, Mr. Fairbairn said that I should, and I'm going to hand over to Vice Chairman, Councillor Rose Rowe. Going to have a couple of minutes swapping over. Okay.
Members, I'm waiting. I think David and Patrick are coming back. Yes, they are. I thought it must have been something I said they disappeared. But anyway.
Sorry, Chair.
That's all right. We'll forgive you this time. Okay, members, so we'll move on to planning application number 3503 21 ARM, which is at Gurston Gate Barn, Gurston Lane, West Alvington, and our planning officer is Mr. Graham Smith. Welcome, Graham.
Thank you very much. It's
And I'll
nice
hand
to
over
meet you all. This is a reserved matters planning application for an agricultural workers dwelling. It's in a portion of a field. There's a large agricultural barn next to it. The applicant has a successful agricultural operation. The site benefits from outline planning for the dwelling. This plan shows a bit of context. It's down at the bottom there, KV9, more or less round about there. It's an elevated location in the AONB. Planning permission, a planning application was submitted during the course of this application for a reserved matters application. During the course of this application, there was some concerns raised by officers with regards to the size and scale of the proposal. Subsequently, an application with a reduced scale was submitted, which is the block plan for here, which is approved. These are some elevations of the approved detailed design. If I move on to the proposed application, you've got a kind of H-shaped layout, the double garage. During the course of this application, there have been some slight amendments to try and minimise the impact, mainly with regards to some change of materials and moving the garage to the front garden area. So here you see elevations, floor plan. It's pretty self-explanatory what's proposed. I think you've all been out on site, so you know the site location. During the course of the application, the applicant was able to satisfy our agricultural consultant that there's obviously a need for an agricultural worker on the site. We're happy about that. We've been satisfied that the cost of the build is not going to impact the viability of the agricultural operation on site. The only kind of remaining concern that officers had after consulting our agricultural consultant was the residential floor space was significantly larger than we would normally allow. We don't have a specific policy that restricts agricultural residential floor space, but the practice that we use is dwellings becoming over 175 square metres of residential floor space start raising concerns. The size of the holding needs to be in relation to the requirements of the holding. So whilst some applicants may wish a larger property, they need to demonstrate that it's commensurate with the nature of the operations on site, which we consider they've not been able to do for this particular application. So the main issues are the size of the dwelling, is it appropriate? And the other reason for refusal was that the design was considered to be incongruous in the context. It's a protected landscape, it's a prominent elevated location, and officers felt that the design was urban in nature, albeit there have been some tweaks to try and minimise that impact. However, concerns remained, and those are the two things that I consider to be the key issues. I don't think I need to add anything else. I think there's some slides here now that the applicant wants to talk. So.
Yeah, wait, he'll talk to him.
Okay. Thank you, members. Have you any questions for our planning officer? Councillor Mark Long, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you sort of elucidate, improve, expand on when you say commensurate? What do you mean by this, and how do you qualify commensurate?
Yeah, so the applicant submits information with regards to the business and the operations on site. Our agricultural consultant then looks at that and labour requirements, etc. For example, if you had an operation where there was 5 full-time workers required on site, you would naturally expect a larger development because of the requirements of that operation. So after having looked at the details sent by the applicant, our consultant felt that the dwelling was larger than what was required, which is essentially for someone to be there on site and provide a presence in the interests of livestock or whatever operations are needed. So.
Thank you, but don't you consider that you've got a scale of operation there which is quite considerable, with the head, the acreage? How do you? So if you double that, then you'd allow somebody to build double the size. I think it seems to be an arbitrary decision.
It's based on what the physical requirements are in terms of the residential space. Is there a need for one person to be there? Is there a need for multiple people to be there? So if on that particular holding, based on the information that was submitted to us, our agricultural consultant was of a view that it wasn't commensurate. That's the word used.
Can I just 2 more quick questions? The size difference, because obviously you do have an approved plan there,
yes.
And there is a difference between the size of the approved plan and this one. Can you confirm the sort of the difference in size?
Yeah, so I think, as I'd said, consultant would start getting concerned over 175 square metres residential floor space. The approved one, I think, comes in at 172 square metres. The proposed residential floor space in this application is 253 square metres. So on that basis, we've considered to be, you know, with lacking justification for the extra floor space.
So, Councillor, I can add a little bit of clarity because I did for the site visit. My recollection is that the floor space figures that Mr. Smith has just quoted, that's the residential floor space and excludes, I think it's best part of 32 square metres of non-residential, so office space. So I think and we can double check this, my recollection is that the approved is something like 206 square metres and the proposed is something like 285.
Yeah.
So it's about an 85. I think I think there's about it was either there's a 28%, it's the smaller one I think is 28% smaller than this one, or this one's 28% bigger than that one, which is slightly different, but it's around that amount.
Quick question. You have an approved site there, but you've still got a refusal that you believe this development is an incongruous addition. When you look at things, you know, there is something I find that strange that you've already got something approved, which obviously was not seen as an incongruous addition, but you're saying this is.
I think the approved detailed permission is more in keeping with the local vernacular. I think the proposed one is incongruous in a sense that incorporates more what I would consider to be urban features, more complicated design. As you can tell from my accent, I'm not from around here, but my understanding of a local vernacular would be a fairly simple design with regards to dwelling houses, maybe a linear or an L-shaped layout, use of stone and render, windows with a vertical emphasis. And I think maybe the approved elevations, when you look at them, are not ideal, I would say. I think that was a balanced decision for the previous case officer, and I think they weighed up the fact that they had satisfied us with regards to the justification. It needed to be that size, it needed to be in that location. Our agricultural consultant was satisfied, so I think there was a balanced decision there. So my assessment of this particular application and use of the word incongruous would be that I don't think many of the features on this proposal are in keeping with the local vernacular that you know,
Can I just, I think clearly it's more of a matter of, in my view, detailed design rather than scale from looking the other side of the river, because the scale is similar, but there's no doubt that the design of this one that's in front of you now compared to the previous approval, which is that one, and for clarity, the red areas on this plan is the outline of the application in front of you. There's no doubt that there's a difference between the two. I accept there's a degree of subjectivity in that, and members can take a view on whether they think the proposed design is better or worse, or broadly the same impact. But I think I wouldn't agree with you that they are so similar that you couldn't say that there is a difference.
We'll agree to differ, aren't we?
Okay, move on to the next question, which I think is from Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to ask some questions really about how we determine rural workers' needs and essential needs, etc. And I understand the role of having a farming advisor, but presumably they're just looking about whether or not the needs to be on site for various reasons. I mean, you know, the actual personal, you know, lifestyle of the rural worker who may have a family. You know, we hear an awful lot about rural worker isolation. people ending up living in caravans because they can't get planning permission. I mean, I kind of wonder at what point this committee kind of has to kind of, you know, sort of squeeze somebody of actually to, you know, well, what's wrong with just living in a caravan, mate? You know, as opposed to somebody that likes, you know, some of the traditional farmhouses would, I would imagine, exceed some of the sizes. So I think size is actually, as much as I understand how you're obviously working within the constraints, I would just sort of say that I just think we maybe should challenge it in terms of what are the essential needs, because it may well be that as somebody, you know, in a long-standing agricultural dwelling, that, you know, the next generation come on and live within the house, you know, keeping those traditions alive. If we just commit people to living in a box, then that just, it's, you know, it's in out as soon as you finish working. And I just, so I wonder about some of that. But I mean, for me, really, it's about the design elements. And
Councillor
I hear,
Hodgson, where is your question?
okay, so I just want, you know, running, is it about sort of like, so the question is about, you know, how that assessment is, you know, does it take into consideration the additional family needs of a rural worker? And the second point is really about the judgment in terms of the vernacular. Is it about kind of some of the window scales? Because I've got the 2 sets of plans that we were given on Monday. And from what I can see, what's looking out across the bay, across the AONB, is these larger windows will be much more visible coming out. And I wonder if any modifications have been suggested to the applicant to try and minimise that impact, because windows can be much more visual.
Can I deal with the first point?
Yeah.
In terms of the assessment of rural workers' dwellings, in this case, there was an outline planning permission was granted, and that's when we would do the assessment, and that's based on the first paragraph in point 1 of TTV 26, where basically it says isolated development in the countryside is only permitted in exceptional circumstances, and one of those exceptional circumstances is meet an essential need for a rural, I'll never say that word, rural worker to live permanently at or near their place of work in the countryside and maintain that role for the development in perpetuity. It's not about the personal needs of the applicant and how big a house they need. It's what the holding, or what, in most cases, it's agricultural. It's not always. We have approved, I think I'm right in saying we have approved some dwellings to go with some boatyards in the coastal areas in particular. I think in Council Brazil's ward, I think there's been a couple. So it's not just agricultural. But you need to do an assessment around what does the holding need. It's not the personal choice of who's going, but it's what does the holding need. So is it a principal farmhouse? Is it a second or third agricultural workers dwelling? And the size should be sort of, as hesitant to use the word again, but commensurate to that need. We've clearly taken the view by approving the one that's on the screen now. I can't agree that it's just a small box. It's 203 square metres. I think from what you're saying, it's four bedroom, 3 bathroom property. It's not. We're not saying you've got to be squeezed into a box here. I think that's and in conjunction with the agriculture consultant, who unfortunately I was hoping he'd be here today, because I think a lot of the questions really are for him. But he would have been. He already had an appointment he couldn't get away from. That's what I'd normally have him here. But the view we've taken is that yes, the scale of the holding and the need for the rural worker on this particular site, that one we've approved is fine, but we think having that extra 80 odd square metres just doesn't stack up with the needs of the holding, and that's where it's probably flipping towards personal need rather than the holding need. Does that answer the question?
I think there's also a need to consider the use of the dwelling house as an agricultural workers unit in perpetuity in the longer term. So if the applicant decides to move on, there's going to be a restriction for an agricultural worker on it here too. And the larger you get, I think maybe the more expensive that's going to be to buy. So that was one of the other considerations.
Councillor Abbott, did you wish to speak? Councillor Power, please.
It's only another one with my proofreading hat on, but I'm a bit bemused on. I'm not sure whether page is 54 or 55, because page 54 comes immediately before the break. But if you look at the agricultural consultant on point Roman 3, the reporter concluded, I presume, but I might be wrong, that means should be an inspector?
Yes.
Not
Okay, if that's fine. I just didn't quite
not-
understand.
Sorry, not necessarily, depending which country it's in.
Ah, says
In
this was in
Scotland,
Wales, I think.
yeah.
Is that a
In
different?
Scotland,
That's
it's
a
called
different
Yeah,
setup.
if
I
it's
said
a
I might be wrong. Thank you. Oh, thank you for explaining
if,
that.
If it's a Scottish appeal, they're not inspectors, they are reporters.
And in Wales, by the look of it.
I think so, yes.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Any more questions? Councillor Smurden.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, two questions for the officers. Firstly, Mr. Weimer mentioned principal residence. Now, I'm assuming that this is not the principal residence for this holding. This is an additional residence. Is that correct?
I think it's anticipated that it would maybe become that way. I think there is a main holding at the moment, and the applicant's son will maybe then start operating eventually. So
I think we might be talking at cross purposes, because a principal residency condition could apply equally to whether it's the principal farmhouse or an agricultural workers dwelling. It doesn't matter whether it's the principal dwelling on the holding. What we'll be talking about is a principal residency occupancy condition insofar as whoever's occupying it, it has to be their main and only dwelling. So
yeah.
that's different to being necessarily the principal farmhouse, for argument's sake.
Yeah, I'm not talking about a principal residency condition. I wanted to know if this, given the size of the whole, the holding, etc., whether whether this is is going to be the principal farmhouse or it's an additional house to the farming operation.
That's possibly a question best put to the agent who's going to be speaking in
Right,
a
fine.
second.
And then second, I did ask a question at the site meeting with regard to permitted development rights.
Yes, that permitted development rights were removed by condition on the outline application.
Right. So okay. Yes. Okay. And forgive my confusion. But there are two applications on this site.
There's technically three.
Right.
There's the outline application which approves the principle.
Yes.
And it's on the outline application that we'd have to remove permitted development rights. So there's an outline application approved for a dwelling on the site that removes the permitted development rights for that dwelling. There is then this application that we're determining today was submitted, a reserve matters application. A subsequent reserve matters application was submitted and has been approved. There's no reason, there's nothing to stop you having multiple applications for reserve matters, but clearly you can only build out one of them, and you can't do a mix and match of both. So if this was refused, there's a outline reserve matters for them to build out. If this is approved, there are then two schemes, and they could choose to build out either, not both, but either.
So just sorry for clarity then. So there are no permitted development rights on either application.
Correct, because
Right,
the planning permission for the dwelling
that's okay
is the outline, and
Right.
and the permitted developments have been taken away. Whichever reserve, if this was approved, whichever reserve matters was implemented and constructed, they still have to comply with the conditions on the outline consent, including the removal of PD rights.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any members, any more questions? If not, we don't have an objector, and I will ask Mr. Lethbridge as a supporter if he'd like to come and speak. And I'm sure, Mr. Lethbridge, you know the procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, committee. The applicants and the family at Gersten Gate are the owners of this large and successful farm business, which has existed on land along a substantial section of the west shore of Kingsbridge Estuary for 4 generations. Their hard work and careful custodianship has been largely responsible for the creation and lasting appearance of this area of traditional farmland, which we all enjoy and value within the South Devon AONB. The farm enterprise at Gurston Gate is a substantial 1,000-acre mixed holding with 1,200 cattle, 300 sheep and grown grains of 350 acres. In answer to the question about the number of workers, the current calculation is 8.2 workers are employed as a result of this substantial holding. The applicants made their decision in 2009 to transfer the main livestock buildings to Gurston Gate Farm from their farm complex at Woodhouse Farm, where Mr. and Mrs. Horton Sr. still live and will continue to live, because the proximity of such a large number of cattle so close to the village did cause some issues, and their plans for future further expansion were compromised. The family business is now operated on a day-to-day basis at Gurston Gate by the applicant's son Samuel, who's here today, for whom a house will be built so that he can manage and operate the business far into the future, while also providing a stable environment for his growing family. Outline planning approval, as you know, for the farm dwelling was obtained in July 2019. This reserve matters application was submitted in October 2021, but a decision has yet to be made due to slow and ongoing consultations with officers, in particular with regard to the points regarding size and the financial implications of its construction. It will be the principal farmhouse in connection with this enterprise. A subsequent application was submitted in May 2022, which you have seen, and approved for a dwelling of reduced size, not because this was the home the applicants would like to build, but because the delay in the decision-making process on the original application would have meant that they would have resulted in the outline approval becoming void. In his report, the case officer has now accepted that the proposed dwelling is financially viable, and so the only reason for refusal is the size of the dwelling and its impact on the protected landscape. Slide 1 shows the east and west elevations viewed from the estuary Curlew Drive and Gurston Lane, which is a private road, not a public highway, as referred to in the officer's report, and shows that the overall outline of the building is virtually identical. Slide 2 provides CGI images of both the approved dwelling and this proposal when viewed from a vantage point in Curlew Drive. I'm sorry that the building looks so small, but that's even with a zoom lens, you can see how small it is. And the lower one of the two images is showing the current proposal with timber cladding on the building as the design, which we believe makes it merge better into the countryside. The Principal Planning Officer, Pat Weimer, confirmed during the committee site inspection on Monday that there was only minimum difference between the two proposals in the overall landscape context. We have in the report, the case officer confirms that there is no size threshold specified in local or national policy, but goes on to say that this LPA consider proposals up to 175
Have you
metres
nearly
squared.
finished, because your time's up? Have you nearly finished? One more sentence, please.
Really, it was to go on to say that we feel that this is a very, very valid application for a young family who want to consider to continue to live and work here.
Mr. Lethbridge, you are an architect who builds sort of around the area considerably. Yeah. Question on, well, that one's there now. Do you view what is proposed as in a sort of local vernacular? Because it's been questioned between the two, it's local vernacular. Yeah. And can you, I noticed there was a question about the scale of the windows and everything else like that, the glazing, and I always have problems with too much glazing. Right. Can you elaborate on, because I think there are brise soleil, I call them brise soleil screens.
Most definitely. The image in slide 3, which is up there now, is actually an agricultural workers dwelling which has just been completed in Bigbury, in the AONB. And you'll see that number 3, the original one that was up there on the screen then, and you will see that one has got timber cladding on it, albeit that it's actually a very, very orange colour timber cladding. We have shown on our new proposal vertical weathered timber cladding so that it actually reflects the farm buildings that you all saw when you were there. And we have a natural stone plinth around the building, so I would say that the materials we've chosen are very much vernacular. As far as the windows on the east elevation, those windows are actually recessed back by around about a metre from the front timber face. And on the front timber face, you see that we've got vertical brise-soleils on there, which will be continuations, and we've highlighted them in a different colour just to draw attention to them, but they will be continuations of the timber cladding that will carry on down on a hit and miss basis, so that the upper windows will be substantially screened. And the other thing I would say, for the avoidance of doubt, is on the right-hand lower part of the elevation, those are two slit windows. That isn't a long window. There was a little bit of misinterpretation by a couple of people on the drawing that there were large windows on the lower floor. There are on the left-hand side where the living space is, but on the right-hand side, those are only slit windows. So yeah, I would say that that is very much a reflection of local vernacular, but with a reference to the buildings that are nearby, and also a very, very careful attempt to make the building fit in the landscape by not being bold, not being rendered, not being coloured painted.
Can you confirm when you said it will be the principal farmhouse, so is the son going to be, or is he running the operation now?
Sam already runs the operation on a day-to-day basis, and he and his family will be the ones who are going to have their life at Gurston Gate running the business into the future.
Okay, does that answer all your questions? Anyone else, any questions for Mr Lethbridge, please? No? If not, we don't have a representative from West Orpington Parish Council. Thank you, Mr Lethbridge. But we'll move on to ward members, either Councillor Pearce or Councillor Long. Which one would like to go first?
This is, comes down the officer. Apologies about that. There are, I think when we come to this application, when you're looking at it, there are the two elements that are being questioned, whether it's commensurate to the business operation and also an incongruous addition. And I think to a certain extent, if we address the latter, the incongruous addition, there are design elements in there that people may challenge, may question. But I think if you look around with the number of new dwellings that have been put up in the area, other farm dwellings, it is a style. It's very similar. There is on this new one less render and with cladding, which tends to make it blend in with the barns nearby. So that design incongruous addition in a prominent landscape, I think, it can be sort of questions and can be looked at on it. The commensurate element, I think that the question I have is that challenging it on the basis that it is we don't have any policy. We do not have, it's not within the JLP, it's not within the MPPF, and there's no supplementary planning document that lays down a particular size for rural workers' dwellings. It has been said that, some of the comments made that it's, practice that we have over, that we challenge over 175, so it does raise concern, would not normally allow. I challenge, the point that there's no policy basis to impose restrictions. I think, when you're looking at an additional size from what is approved, there is no policy for us to sort of challenge that. I think if one could say, if you went for a double size 300, 400, something like that, but the level we have to look at it. And I think the other point that I would raise is that this is for a principle, and there was a comment that about this being a principal or a rural workers and additional workers dwelling. This is the principal, will be the principal farmhouse, or you could say as soon as the son moves in is the principal farmhouse. It's very close to the operations, about as close as you can get. So for me, I think this is, it's important because there is as much a need for farm workers, rural workers, dwellings in this area, and our policies do not address this. You could say that's a fault, and perhaps we do need a supplementary planning document or something in our JLP to address this, because there is no guidance. So my view on this, Mr. Chairman, is that I'd like to hear what other members of the committee say, but I think there are two areas of refusal are challenged or can be challenged, and it's not just, I think, subjective. I think to me, reading through all the various documents, and it's interesting to sort of see that other properties have been built in the area. So I think we need to get sort of a level of consistency here, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Our solicitor would like to say something, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Councillor Long, it's always difficult as a ward member and a member of the planning committee to speak as ward member when you're sitting in determination of the application. To avoid giving the impression that you may well have come to a fixed view about the application, can you just confirm for me that you have an open mind and that you haven't predetermined this application? Because it started to sound very much like you were building a case against the recommendation and officer and refusal.
Mr. Chairman, I have, and I would listen, because I'm not a farming person. There are a lot of other members of the committee who are farming and have a far better understanding and knowledge. I was just challenging the points that I can see with some inconsistency, and I don't think that's wrong for me to do that. And I think anybody would know that the sort of course of this, there are elements of design that I do not like on it. So if we were down to that level, so no, I am open for persuasion and suggestion as to the direction on this. But what I wanted to do was to raise the particular points that I felt needed to be raised to challenge.
Okay, Councillor Pearce, would you like to come up, please?
It is, Madam Chairman. Thank you. Members, this is a difficult one, and the reason I went with the officer recommendation, and I would have let this through as a delegated refusal, is because you've heard what the officer had to say about the recognised maximum space allowed in an agricultural workers' dwelling, or indeed in a farmhouse, because this is obviously a farmhouse because it includes the offices of the farm office, a shower to shower off when you come in on the ground floor, and all the rest of it. It's recognised, well, first of all, not anybody can build a house in open countryside, but the planning system allows for agricultural workers and forestry workers to have houses in open countryside. Now, this barn, I think, was established, I think planning permission was sought in about 2010. And since then, as you've seen, it's quite a big operation. It's been working without a farmhouse next door to it. The farmhouse is across the fields and down in West Alvington, and it is a way away, and it's now been established that there is a need for an agricultural worker to be there. So we're all agreed that there should be a house there, and indeed a 4-bedroom house with 3 bathrooms within the space standards has got permission there. Now, looking at it, that's a pretty decent house. It's got 4 bedrooms. It's got all the usual things you would expect in a house, plus the farm offices, which are an additional 31.7 square metres for farm use. When farmhouses are refused because they're considered that the floor area is too big,
inevitably, the inspectors fall back on the old PPS 7, which in the noughties replaced PPG 7, if you go back that far, which did give guidance on the size of a dwelling. And as that is the only old policy that is surviving, that's what inspectors fall back on. And I think the important thing in this is that it makes clear that it is the functional need of the holding and not the requirements of the occupants that determines the size of the building. And we've heard that from Graham Smith as well, the officer, that that is what is required. Now, the farmhouse which has permission fulfills those requirements. What's being asked for here is, as you can see from the red lines on the screen in front of you, beyond the functional needs of the holding. Now, this is probably not what the applicants want to hear, and I have every sympathy with them, but not everybody is allowed to build a house in open countryside. And if you like, that is the policy, such as it is, which attains to farmhouses being built in open countryside. And sometimes there is a balance, if you like, of the planning weight can be given to different things so that you can, a member decision can be different from an officer decision. But I would suggest in this case, and I don't have any pleasure in suggesting this to you, but I would suggest to you that you should follow the officer recommendation. And if the applicants wish to appeal, then it would be interesting to see what an inspector has to say about this. But my gut feeling is that the inspector will fall back on what PPS 7 says. Now, I agree that we should have some policy on this, and I've already made a request to the JLP policy people that they start thinking about what we're going to put in the revision of the JLP when it comes along. But I think that's where I'm going to leave it, except to say to you, just to finish off, that the nationally described space standard for a 4-bedroom, 2-storey dwelling is 124 metres square. And yet it is accepted that an agricultural dwelling can go up to 175 square metres, which is a considerable enhancement on the nationally described space standard. So it is already accepted that a farmhouse should be of a pretty decent size. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pearce. Does anyone have any questions, Councillor Pearce? No.
Thank you, Chairman. I think there's an important principle at stake here. As the officer has set out in his report, this contravenes at least nine policies in our development plan, and I think we have to consider that very carefully. The principle is not really the look or design of it and how it fits into the landscape, although I see the landscape officer has objected to it. The principle is whether this is what the farm needs and is it affordable as an agricultural dwelling, which is the sole reason that this development on the site has been allowed at all. And I think we have to be careful about not extending those buildings unreasonably. They're allowed in protected areas for a special reason, and I think we need to be very careful to guard those special reasons. Our policies state that dwellings that are unusually large in relation to agricultural needs or unusually expensive to construct in relation to the income it can sustain should not be permitted. And I agree that this is unusually large in relation to the agricultural needs. This will have to remain in agricultural use, owned by an agricultural worker in perpetuity, and it has to be affordable as such. And as the officer has set out, it probably wouldn't be, looking at the size and scale of it. I agree that the development that's already been permitted is suitable for this site. And I think there's a danger that if once we start to allow other larger buildings to be erected on sites that are exception sites because they are needed for agricultural use, we could be destroying our own principles. I don't know if you want me to make a proposition at this stage. Yeah, I think I will propose that we refuse permission in accordance with the officer's recommendation.
Who would like to speak next, please? Councillor Baldry.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a very difficult one. I think I take a great deal of notice of what the agricultural consultant has to say. They are there and they are advising us. The question of whether or not it is incongruous with the setting is, of course, a subjective one, but it is, we have heard, especially from Councillor Pearce, that it is probably too large for the needs. I've no doubt that the agricultural worker, or in this case, the main farmer, needs to live on site, which is what we've been told. But I have to consider seriously any reason to go against officer recommendation, and I have not been convinced today that there is any reason to go against officer recommendation, and I'm therefore happy to second what Councillor Pannell is proposing, which is refusal in accordance with officer recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Baldry. Does anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Reeve.
I think we must take into account that this is most probably one of the bigger farms that we've got in the South Downs. I mean, it is 1,000 acres that this family are farming, and I think it does warrant a house of this size. I think it is going to become the main farmhouse, and I think in the past, years and years ago, farms of that size, they had big farmhouses. I think looking at the design, it is going to mellow into the countryside. Consideration has been put on its design to be similar to others in the area. And I think a farm of that size does warrant such a building.
Councillor Hodgson.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm struggling with this one actually, because I see both the points that Councillor Reeve has just made, which I would agree with, but equally I recognise the need to protect the landscape and the AONB. But you know, the slides that were presented did indicate that there wasn't a huge amount of difference between what's been approved and what is being proposed here in those terms. I do think that we need, when we're building homes, we need to recognise the need where we may be having housing that is going for warmer interiors, more insulation. We do need more airspace to allow that air to circulate. This is something that's been raised before at this committee. So I do think that, you know, there's a need for that. I also recognise that I think as, you know, we've tended to build homes around nuclear family as opposed to where there's potential for a family to expand within the house. And, you know, space makes a big difference to how acceptable that can be and how comfortable that is for everybody. So I feel that what's been approved is fine, and I think that's fine. The question about whether or not we can just go the extra step and allow this, I don't think it's a massive difference. And on the basis of relying on the judgment of the people who want to build this, I would actually support the application.
Thank you. Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. It is, and I dislike the term balanced, but it is balanced. I think there is, and I think everybody does understand, and certainly farmers are in a particularly special position in being able to build in the countryside. So therefore, clear consideration has to be given as to what they're going to build and how they're going to build it. And, you know, the fact it is in the AONB, but when I look at this, it is one of those things. We do not have a policy, and I keep coming back to it, and it is a concern that we don't have a policy on this. And, you know, there are, as Councillor Pearce said, the fallback sort of position the inspectors have taken has been the old PPS 7. So we do need a clear policy because we are a rural area. Councillor Reeve has raised the point that it is the main dwelling. It will be the main dwelling. It is something that is established. New farmhouses need to be built to reach the standard and have the standards. You know, we're in a climate crisis, that are efficient, effective, and good places to bring up a family. And I suppose part of my thing is that, you know, I would prefer to see good space standards for all buildings. We do tend to build a little bit small when affordable housing, you know, comes in. Why should we? And I think with this one, there is not a great deal of difference in the, I would say, in the impact, because it's the visual impact. There is an element of size to it. There are elements of the design that I do not like. And I think most people sort of know my views about glass, but there has been some amelioration of it, some mitigation of it, whether that's correct or not. And I think for me, it's the case of, is it commensurate? It is one of the larger, as Councillor Reevers said, one of the larger holdings. And it's that balance as to whether what is being built is appropriate for it. And I think that's a very subjective and a very balanced thing, you know, what is appropriate. So you know, if this was coming, you know, before me without all the other approvals, I think I would still sort of look at it with some favour, with some hesitation on some of the design. There is already an existing there, so it is difficult. It is a house in the countryside, but I think I look at it from the point of view that I would feel more comfortable if there were clear policies to be able to judge things against. And obviously, if it is refused, there is the opportunity to go before an inspector. And I think I'm always pleased to see inspectors' decisions, you know, to sort of how they judge things, because, and I think that gives us a steer for policy. But I would, on this occasion, have to look at it that I don't think it's overly large as a property. So therefore, I think, Madam Chairman, I would go with basically going against the officer, and I would like to see approval of this, but I see where the committee will go on it.
Thank you, Councillor Long. Does anyone else wish to speak? Sorry, Councillor Abbott.
I'm not quite sure whether that was a second or not. So, in that case, I second for going against officer's recommendation.
We've already got second.
Chairman, you already have one proposal on the table. Is that, you've got to vote on this the proposals on the table before you can move a second motion.
Already been proposed and seconded for refusal by Councillor Pannell and seconded by Councillor Baldry. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. So we move to the vote. Are you happy with, is everybody happy with what I'm saying? Is that correct? So we move to the vote. All those who are in favour of refusal, please show. Call back Councillor Foster.
Point of order, please. Have a sure I've sat here before and there have been a proposal and a seconder one way and a proposal and seconder the other way.
Well, I'll ask the solicitor to explain.
Yes, Madam Chairman, quite clearly, the rules of debate in council and committee are that there's one note. If a motion is proposed and seconded, that is the motion and proposal that you speak to and vote on. If you have two, how do you decide which one goes first?
Sure, okay, I can understand the logic of that. Except it's what's happened in the past. Maybe it's been that there's been a proposal one way and then a proposal the other way, and only one of them has been seconded.
There have been, certainly I can recall, numerous occasions where someone will propose either approval or refusal, someone will propose the opposite, and then whichever one gets seconded first, that then gets voted on, and then if that motion is not carried, it would then be looking for a seconder for the other, and then there's further debate and a vote again. I certainly don't recall situations where we've had proposals and that have been seconded, both for and against. But there are lots of occasions where one member will say, I proposed approval, another member will say, I propose refusal, but it all depends which one gets seconded first.
Yeah, what I would say is it wouldn't make any difference to the vote anyway. No. Are you happy now? Right, thank you. I'll hand you back to Councillor Foss. Thank you.
Right, members, yes, I'm back. The next application is 3235, oblique 21 full, Harwood Farm, Salcombe Road, Marlborough. We don't have an objector, but we have Mr. Yeah, we got the, where's the? Yes, we are, yeah, it's all right. I was just looking at this. Could you give your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you. This is a full planning application at Harwood Farm in Marlborough. It's a dwelling for an agricultural worker. There is permission on the site for temporary accommodation, which they've had for a couple of years. They've now come in for a detailed planning application. This kind of shows the context. The site is kind of round about here, if you can see my cursor, fairly in the middle. So it's a site that's in the AONB at an elevated location. They have submitted lots of information with regards to the agricultural operations, the business. we are satisfied that there's a requirement for a permanent dwelling house at this location. They have satisfied us that the construction, the build costs associated with the dwelling is not going to impact the viability of the operation. This is just the location plan showing the ownership. The holding is a fair bit larger. This is just an overhead view of the block plan of the dwelling. We've got some elevations here showing it's a kind of two-storey design which slopes down to a single storey at the rear. Here's some floor plans here. We've got, I think we've got 5 bedrooms in total. Over 2 levels. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 4. Sorry. So we've got accommodation over 2 levels. There's a bit of a vaulted ceiling over the kitchen and the dining room. Pretty much the floor plans there. In terms of visual impact, it wasn't too much submitted in terms of photo montage or landscape impact for this application. One of the objectors submitted this photograph here, which the applicant has in fact disputed about maybe not being very accurate with regards to what's proposed in the situation. Rather than submitting a kind of visual representation of the impact, they submitted quite a lot of details with regards to some of the landscaping they have incorporated and they intend to. They've let the Devon hedge grow to quite a height, so I think the applicant is of the view that there isn't an impact. In terms of the application for the temporary workers unit, it was a fairly finely balanced decision with an objection from our landscaping officer, which never really got lifted. A condition was added for some landscaping to be added. Officers were concerned about the size of this one. Again, the size is not considered to be commensurate with the functional needs of the holding. There was also a concern about the design, again, looking incongruous from the most visible elevations. There are 3 other reasons for refusal with regards to more technical aspects, such as a failure to demonstrate carbon reduction, a failure to demonstrate foul drainage arrangements, and the application as it stands doesn't have the necessary principal residence restriction that we would normally look for that. So, the main 2 reasons for refusals, the key issues again are the size of the development and the visual impact on a protected landscape.
That's it, right? Thank you, Graham. Questions? Members? Councillor Smurden.
So this application is for a new dwelling on the site, but there's already a temporary dwelling on the site.
Yes, temporary accommodation is quite normal for us.
Yes, no, I'm well aware of that. But it's not a replacement dwelling for the temporary accommodation.
It would replace the temporary accommodation.
Right. So is there condition in here that temporary, should this be granted, that temporary will be removed?
Given that it's recommended for refusal, councillor, there wouldn't be any conditions.
There wouldn't be any, right, okay, fair enough. Yeah, I can see that. Right, I'm just confused that the application's on a different site, but never mind, okay.
Any other questions, members? Yes, Councillor Long.
Could I have some clarification? Because this is, we're almost rehearsing the previous one. The 3 points of refusal about failing to demonstrate the carbon reduction measures, the foul discharge and the principal residence, normally wouldn't they be conditions that we would put on an application. They're not reasons for refusal. Because my understanding is you wouldn't go, correct me, you can correct me if I'm wrong, go into the sort of setting up a legal agreement, say a section 106, before you had planning permission.
You wouldn't grant a planning permission until the 106 agreement had been signed, because if you've issued the decision, and I have had it when I was the other side of the fence, authority helpfully issued a decision before we'd signed the legal agreement, and then the case was running out saying, your client is still going to serve the legal agreement to give us 60,000, isn't he? No. So you would not issue a permission until the legal agreement is signed. Now, there's no doubt in my mind that some of those technical issues could be resolved, but if it's refused and goes to appeal, we need to set out everything that we feel needs to be resolved, and then they would potentially, so you potentially get a unilateral submitted with the appeal, that would tick off the principal residency. The issue around, I think carbon reduction is one and drainage is the other. For drainage, yes, you can put a condition on, but only after we've got at least the bare bones of what the scheme is going to be, so we can be satisfied that there is a drainage solution within the red line of the site area. Because if it's outside, if it comes back in, it's outside the red line, it falls outside of the planning permission, and therefore needs another consent. And again, with carbon reduction measures, if it's things like solar panels or ground source or air source, they all require planning permission. So if they're not on the drawings, you can't. You're conditioning something that in itself requires planning permission. That's not best practice. That's really something we shouldn't be doing. So it should be part of the drawings in front of us. So we would normally condition that. We can either condition things that don't require planning permission, or we'd condition that those carbon reduction measures, as shown on the plans or in the reports, are actually implemented. So whilst I'd agree that in certain circumstances it'd be conditioned, I think in this case you simply couldn't, because we don't have the details for that.
Yes, Councillor Long.
I accept that, and I appreciate and I can understand that. Shouldn't these elements have been included in the application before validation?
My suspicion, and I don't want to ask for another adjournment just to look into this point. My suspicion is that we've had this application for some time. I suspect it predates the work we've done on validation, and if it came in now, I think we probably would go back and say you need these. But if someone wants to make an application without, for argument's sake, the carbon reduction measures, I don't think it's still a valid application. I don't think you could say we're not going to validate that because you haven't shown solar panels, and therefore we would then have to deal with it as it comes. I suspect we would go back and ask the question now.
But we didn't during the life of this application.
But again, that becomes a difficult one, doesn't it? Because if there are matters of principle that officers think that yes, you could deal with those three, it will cost you money to deal with those three, because you'll need to get reports, you'll need to get lawyers involved to do the unilateral. Is it right that we put an applicant to additional cost when we're still going to be recommending for refusal on in principle grounds? And that's the balance. So in quite often we won't put an applicant to additional cost to get further reports done if it's something we're still recommending in principle, because that doesn't seem fair to me.
Any other members wishing? No? Okay. Well, as I already said just now, we don't have an objector. So next we have the supporter, Mr. Alex Brazier. Welcome. Get yourself settled down. And that's right, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Okay, it's a little bit about ourselves. We started our farming journey 8 years ago in an orchard in Marlborough with 6 rare breed Devon Closeville sheep. Neither of us are from farming backgrounds, and we started with a few sheep just to see how we got on with it, and our flock quickly grew. We have in those 8 years expanded our flock to about 230 sheep, an expanding goat herd primarily used for meat, but we are looking to start milking in the future, as well as our free-range pork and chickens for the eggs. We haven't come from farming backgrounds, so there's no inherited farmhouse or land. We have achieved everything from hard work and our own funds, as we have never had any grants or payments. As we've expanded our flock, we were trying to buy some land of our own to provide security for the farm and have a permanent base. This search took years, and as the farm has grown, the need to have a house has come from this. We've created our farm from scratch, from renting a few acres to now owning our own land. Along with the rented land, we now farm about 85 odd acres. We invested heavily to secure our future. We built the barn, created 5 Devon banks, and have planted over 2,000 native trees and hedging plants, which have already had an impact on the landscape, and we've already noticed an increase in wildlife and native birds in the new hedges. All our produce from our farm is sold directly to our farm shop, which employs 4 local people on a full-time basis. We also use produce from other local farms and suppliers, which supports other local enterprises and helps the economy. We did not start this enterprise with the ambition to build a house. It was organically grown into this need. We have created a very successful farming business, which in turn supplies our thriving butchery. In regards to the sizing that would be commensurate with an agricultural worker's dwelling and the affordability of the future, we are the farm owners, and therefore this is an agriculturally tied dwelling, not an agricultural worker's dwelling. This will be here for our lifetime, our family home, and for generations to come. The house is designed to sit within the curtilage of the existing accommodation and to blend in with it, hence the barn design. The windows have been designed so as to minimise the visual impact, but to maximise solar efficiency. The overhang on the southeast elevation minimises the visual impact of the doors and prevents light spill to the surrounding area. Also, this will be lower in the landscape, as well as the existing Devon bank with hedging and the roadside hedging, which has been allowed to grow, which we haven't cut in 3 years, as in regards to the previous photograph up there, which will all help to reduce the impact. Design, when it's being discussed by architect with the planning officers, Charlie and now Graham, both officers appeared to support the approach. This is from our architect Joe Owen, who can't be here today. The design replicated the application as a Class Q type dwelling, with the attempt to make it appear as a small holding rather than a barn with a farmhouse, hence lessening the visual impact within the landscape. There will be no external lighting except for the recessed porch, which will be a small low-wattage soft light which will face down to the porch to give light for entering the door. When we do build, we will exceed the government's recommendations for insulation. No fossil fuels will be used. We will install solar panels on the house roof in addition to the ones we have already on the barn. We intend to have an air source heat pump and will be as close to a passive house as possible, lessening the need for excess heating. For us, it comes down to the need to be able to have a permanent dwelling to be able to support and expand our farm. We have created a functional need to be able to live on site, and the planning process is available for people like us to hopefully achieve this. Having lived in Marlborough or the surrounding area for most of our lives, we feel we're part of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Members, have you any questions? Yeah, Councillor Smurden.
I note that you're talking about an element of self-build. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you'd like to expand on that? How much do you intend to do?
Yes, so it may mainly be the internals. So all the structural work and all the ground and drainage works according to building regs are done by competent people. So it will be the internal stub walls, probably a bit of plastering, painting, all that kind of thing to keep the cost down. Plumbing and electric will be done by approved people.
Sweat equity.
Eh?
Sweat equity.
Absolutely. Plenty of that.
Any other members? Yes, Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, you just mentioned that you were looking to expand your business.
Yes.
So
the farm
have
business.
Have you got some? Yeah, have you got some acres that you could get your hands on?
We're always on the lookout for more. It's just like as we started this, it's very hard to come by. So we've got the 85 at the minute. There is a possibility of another 30 or 40 down the road, but I don't know if that will come off yet. But again, you just keep looking. But the expansion of our business now will probably be more in towards the goats for the milk, so it can feed our farm shop. That's our next big thing. But again, we don't want to start doing that until we know where we're going.
No, because your stocking rate is quite high already, isn't it? With
200
sheep on 80.
Yeah, we have 95 breeding ewes, the 230, and then sort of the goats don't need quite as much.
No.
So, but we will be looking for more. But that's what we've done from day one, you know.
But at the moment, there's no guarantee of that.
No.
No. Thank you.
Any other questions, members? No. Oh yes, Councillor Lowe.
It's possibly one that would have been more for the architect, but hopefully you can answer it. There was an image shown which made it appear as though the the house as such is higher than the barn.
Yeah.
Can you clarify that? Because
So when that photograph, that one there, was taken, literally we just put the barn up. We bought it off the farmer next door, so he cut his hedges right back. Also, from where that photograph is taken is probably 3/4 of down the field, which obviously gives the most elevation you can see from that bit. I did actually put on as well. I think I went up to my barn, took photos down, and you can't see it at all. You go into the sort of closer towards the property, you can't see a thing because our hedges have now grown up another 6-8 foot. We haven't cut them in 3 years. We don't intend to. That drawing is nothing like the building we are. Our level will be roughly at the ridge height, and we intend to sink it lower down into the ground, so you won't really see, as of now, the height of that hedge is way above. You can see the opening of the barn door there. It's way above that, and the position of the house will be not quite that shape. It will be the same sort of size that way, but down, sunk into the ground. So, plus we've planted all the Devon banks around it too. So that really isn't a true picture of what it looks like now, or from what it was then, I believe.
I know you've tried to answer, but I suppose my question was more simplistic. Is, if you're looking at it, would the house sit below?
Oh, sorry, yeah. No, it'd be lower. So we're going to hopefully dig down about 1.5 meters down. Sorry, not 1.5 meters down, but the ridge height of the barn and the house will be fairly similar, if not lower.
Just one question. The design is not similar to ones that we've seen before. Can I just have a sort of reasoning for that design?
We felt that it was similar to the barn that was there already, wooden clad. We've used minimal windows for that purpose, obviously, because you don't want to stick out in the landscape. Something to blend in with, so by putting them next to each other, it looks like it should be there rather than a brick-built, white-clad building. So I think looks better in the landscape.
Just one more, because I think going back to what Pat Weimer said, why hasn't information on, sort of demonstrable information on the carbon measures, the photovoltaics, the air heat source pump, and things like that being included on the plans? Now, unfortunately, it's more like, I think, more a question to your architect.
Yeah, more than likely, yeah. It's stuff we had to tended to do. I don't know why it wasn't in there, but I don't know how to answer that one really. It's stuff we will be doing. Yeah, not entirely sure.
Thank you. Can we just go back to that picture again? I want to be clear that the previous picture with from the buildings. Can we go back or not?
Back to
the picture where you can see the hedge in front of the barn and the proposed house. No.
That one.
Yeah, that one. So you're saying now that hedge there is nearly obscured from that position. It's nearly
From that
obscured.
position where that photograph is taken, you cannot see the barn.
Right. Thank you. That's fine. That's okay. Well, Councillor Long keeps doing it, so.
Reason 5 for refusal is that that they haven't come up with a principal residence policy. Should in the event that possibly this might be approved, would you be prepared to consider a principal
Absolutely,
residence?
Yeah.
Have you not been asked that question?
No.
Oh, right.
Right, any further questions? You sure we finished, Councillor Long? Thank you. Right, we'll move on to Parish Council, Mr. John Sampson.
I have been on Mowbray Parish Council for many years and was on the committee that dealt with the Mowbray village plan. I'm here today representing Mowbray Parish Council, who fully support the application, which clearly has an agricultural need. As a council, we do not understand why there are so many discrepancies within the report, which clearly indicates there is a requirement for a farmhouse and the lack of understanding for the proposal of an agricultural manager's residence tied to the land. Dealing with the points for refusal, Mowbray Parish Council believe the size of the dwelling is satisfactory and suitable as a farmhouse with an agricultural tie, and there are many other instances where houses of much larger ones, one recently granted at Loddeswell, which is 200 square metres. There's no specification, as we've already heard, for the size of the dwelling, and we do not understand why 10 metres actually makes a huge difference to the application. Mowbray Parish Council do not agree that the development is out of keeping. It is adjacent to an agricultural building which is a similar design and lower overall height than the existing building. The ground falls away on the site, so we think it would be less conspicuous than a conventional white rendered house. Mowbray Village Plan did not want to discourage necessary development in the countryside that clearly has an agricultural need. The proposal for the new farmhouse is item 3 I'm going on to. The proposal for the new farmhouse has to comply to the upgraded new building regulations, and the farm building already has solar panels on it. Item 4, on the application and in the drawings, that clearly states there's a sewage treatment plant on the site. There's a drawing that shows this. 5, the Parish Council agree it does not have a principal residence on it, but we feel that the agricultural tie is more important because it will always be then used for an agricultural worker or farmer. The principal residence is not sufficient, because if it's just a principal residence and not an agricultural tie, someone not involved in agriculture could live on the site. In conclusion, Mowbray Parish Council fully support this application, siting and design, less conspicuous than a traditional farmhouse, blending into landscape next to existing buildings. And the government is seeking to encourage agricultural diversification by the RPA and added value grant, which encourages farmers to sell direct to the public. It is clearly demonstrated that this is being done, and the application's butchery shop and farm shop is creating extra employment within the community.
Stay there for a moment. Members, questions? No? Right. Thank you very much, John. Thank you. Right. Yeah. Mr. Warner, you wish to come in?
I'd just like to clarify a couple of points. Firstly, Councillor Spurden asked a question around the temporary accommodation. I've had a look. As far as I can see, the temporary accommodation was approved in 2019 for a temporary period of 3 years, which is probably just about expired. So if an approval was granted for an agricultural dwelling, whether it's this one or a subsequent one, if the temporary accommodation wasn't removed, then it'd be a very simple process for us to take enforcement action to get it removed, because the consent will no longer be there. So I generally don't think that's a. I don't think we're looking in a scenario where we get 2 dwellings through the back door. I've anticipated a question around principal residency, not least that one of the members gave me a heads up. We've been this absolutely would not be in the place of an agricultural tie. It would be as well as, not instead of. And there's two reasons, and bear with me a second. The neighbourhood plan, in my view, clearly says new dwellings should have a principal residency. It doesn't give an exception to agricultural dwellings. There, over time, there are. I'm not for 1 minute suggesting in this case this would happen, but crystal ball doesn't always work perfectly. Every now and again, we do get applications to lift agricultural occupancy conditions because something's changed with the holding, the land, and fundamentally, if it's marketed and there's no demand for it, then it's impossible to keep that agricultural tie, and it has to be marketed at a price that reflects that agricultural tie, which is about a 30% reduction on open market. If that happened, and I'm not for 1 minute suggesting that that's in the applicant's mind at all, but if that happened, that would then just become an open market house. If we had the principal residency, that principal residency condition would stay on that property, albeit not being an agricultural. So from my point of view, it's something that we should do because it's in line with policy, and it just protects that housing stock in the future. And I'm not suggesting in any 1 minute that the applicant isn't looking to have this as his permanent residence. It's just protecting that the occupancy of that dwelling for a local person moving forward if in the worst case scenario something goes wrong with the holding and the dwelling no longer becomes agricultural. So it is as well as, not instead of, and that's the logic for why we'd be seeking it. Okay.
Thank you for that. Okay, we are now to the stage which ward member is going to go first? You go first. Right, Councillor Pearce.
Oh, here we are again, members. Right, first thing I'd like to say is that my maiden name is the same as the applicant's name, and although it's not a very common name, I can assure you that I'm not related to the applicant, or at least in the sense that I need to declare that I'm related to the applicant. So anyway, so let's get that one out of the way first. I think we all accept that there is a need for an agricultural dwelling here, a farmhouse, if you like. But again, we're in the same position as we were on the last application, except I'd say the difference here is that the holding is a lot smaller. Now, I know the applicant rents land, but the rented land, to my knowledge, is not contiguous to this site, it's elsewhere. So maybe, well, we've accepted there's a need for a dwelling, so we don't need to go into the details of where the rest of the land is. But I think, again, we've got to bear in mind the functional need for the dwelling, and that the dwelling should be commensurate to the needs of the holding and not the personal requirements of the applicant. And again, this is the old PPS 7 Annex A coming back, but that is what an inspector is going to rely on should this go to appeal. And again, members, I can only recommend to you that you go with the officer's recommendation again, and if you do, then we'll see what comes out in the wash should the applicants want to go to appeal. I know this sounds hard, but there would be, I'm sure, a permission waiting for a dwelling that fulfilled the criteria of not being more than 175 square metres plus the usual farm offices. So really, I haven't got any more to say, and I've only said that again because Councillor Foss wasn't in the room when I said it last time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Long.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Councillor Pearce said it. There is a functional need for a dwelling, a farmhouse. The argument about functional need and commensurate, I think it comes back to would be greater clarity if we had clear policy around this, and I think we wouldn't be having this discussion. I think there are sort of questions here. I note, and if you can, I think, clarify, the temporary planning permission would expire this year, next year, which obviously may have driven this, but I think that obviously that when I look at it, this has been live for a year now, and there's been no changes in it, and I think that's an issue perhaps with the applicant, that I can see that there are elements that perhaps should have been provided for greater clarity in this application. And perhaps a sort of discussion or guidance in reducing size if we're going with that and we've got that. So I think there is a balance here that for me, there is a need, there's a clear need. The agricultural consultant has said there's a clear need, and yet there are, as have been explained by the officers, certain conflicts in policy and requirements. So it's almost a case of, I wouldn't use a term that the chairman uses, but there's a lot of confusion around this, I think, and there could have been greater clarity. So my concern is that I want to, I believe has been proven, and the question I think the members of committee have got to look at as to whether this application is pertinent, applicable, and does meet requirements, or whether there are issues and it's a case of sort of not so much back to the drawing board, but sort of moving forward. It's one of those things of it's a balance, but I think again it comes back if there was greater clarity on policy. But also I think part of the concern is that this has been sitting out there as an application for quite some time.
Thank you, Councillor Long.
I think there possibly was a question in there. I absolutely accept that the application has been with us longer than it should have been. As you know, report, I'm not going to dwell on this, but report has come to members not that far ago, setting out how we're moving forward with some additional resources. So I'd like to think we're not going to be in that position for much longer. I believe the temporary permission expired in August. I think it was 21st of August 19. Clearly, from a planning enforcement perspective, we have clearly got an agricultural assessment that a dwelling is justified on this site. So from an enforcement perspective, I would not recommend that we take any action whatsoever on the temporary, because we've accepted there needs to be a building there, and if an application came in to extend the temporary, it would be recommended for approval. So I don't see as that being an issue. Is there an approval possible? Absolutely. We've accepted we accept that there is a need for a dwelling in principle. My feeling is that with a slight reduction in scale and dealing with the other technical points, I think there is an approval there. If refused, I would suggest the applicant and his architect comes in, has discussions with us, and we'll work out a way forward and work out what information we need to deal with those other points, and how much it needs to be reduced to hit the main principal point. I don't think the application is there at the moment, but I agree with you. I think there is absolutely a dwelling approvable on that site, because we accept the principle as there.
Thank you. Councillor Panel.
Are we into debate, Jim?
Well, yeah.
No, that was board member.
Oh, sorry. Questions? Gone quiet. No. Right. We'll go into the debate now.
Okay. Yes. At the risk of repeating what has been already said, I'll try and shorten it as regards what we said in the last application. I think the key thing is, and perhaps particularly, I'll just quote one piece for Councillor Foss, who wasn't here, that our policies state that dwellings that are unusually large in relation to agricultural needs or unusually expensive to construct in relation to the income it sustains should not be permitted. And I think that's a key. I'm sorry. I think that's a key factor, and it's one that we should bear very much in mind. I have considerable sympathy with the applicant, who's obviously working hard to build up a successful agricultural farming business, and I would certainly hope that these issues could be resolved in a way that we would find acceptable. But
because of what the officer has said in proposing or in recommending refusal, which the scale of the building is not commensurate with the agricultural need, and in view of the concerns of the landscape officer, I would propose refusal in accordance with the officer recommendation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I do think it's really unfortunate there's such a deficit of information here for us to kind of look at in terms of the, when the applicant spoke and talked about the various measures that are being taken, and as if it was kind of, that's of course, and I just feel that that seems to be very clear to me as well, looking at the design, that it's very clearly kind of been designed with sustainability measures in mind. And as I've said before at this committee, I think we need to bear in mind that that can require additional space within the house to allow the cooling and heating flexibility to happen. It's one thing to kind of have a very small home that just then relies on a very small radiator, but when you're doing things somewhat differently, you do actually need that flexibility of space within the house. And it doesn't mean to say that every room is therefore small but has a very high ceiling. You need that the way the way that it works within, the movement of air within the house has to allow for that. I think also to bear in mind, I mean, I know that what we're hearing is this minimum has been exceeded, but again, it's kind of a lack of information is kind of not really helpful here. I mean, there's design and access statement, as it's called, which is actually the comments from the agricultural person. There's no real design and access statement from on behalf of the applicant themselves or their agent, which would really have set a lot of that out. And I think that's something that maybe it'd be really nice if our case officers could actually request to the applicant before it comes here, so that we can read that and really have an understanding of where they're coming from. I mean, the fact that the parish council is very keen to support, I think is to be welcomed. And I just think that we need more, small holding, smaller farming developments to go forward to get us out of this, what is a real problem of massive farms with lots of tenant farmers, everybody feeling vulnerable, as opposed to people, having their own space, that they do an agricultural development, they do make a workable business out of it. I think we've had a very clear indication that there is a good agricultural business argument for this. And I think to sort of suggest, as Councillor Pearce did, that, oh, well, let's just refuse it and see what the inspector says. You're whacking in potentially another 20 grand on somebody's costings, which I just don't think is appropriate. I think we have a responsibility at this level to determine as best we can. And therefore, I will actually be supporting the application against officer's recommendation, because I think, to me, it kind of ticks the boxes. And I think if there's a way, if that was to come as a, because I understand that I can't propose that now. Oh, hang on. Is the other one being seconded? If it hasn't, I propose we actually go against officer recommendation and do accept this application, approve it. But I would think that we would put in the conditions, if we can, all the things that the applicant has actually said that they're doing, around the ground source heat pump, the high energy efficiency, and etc., and the solar panels. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Baldry.
For the avoidance of doubt, I'm going to second what Councillor Panel said and go with officer recommendation for refusal. I've heard nothing so far which contradicts the officer's recommendations. We've heard from Mr. Weimer that enforcement on the temporary permission is very unlikely. There is clearly a need for a dwelling for agricultural use on this site, but it is not this application.
Thank you. Councillor Spurden.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I mean, we're all agreed that there's a functional need for the dwelling here. You've had a family living on the site since 2019. I'm very keen and pleased to hear about your proposals for self-build, and I'm very keen to support people who want to do self-build, and I'm sure that the council has policies in place that we are trying to support self-build. So take on board the comments of the parish council. The parish council are very supportive. So I appreciate there are concerns over size. I will give a bit of perspective to this. Whilst South Hams doesn't have policies with regard to size, Dartmoor National Park, of whom I'm a member, does, and for agricultural occupancy clauses, and they set a limit of 106 square metres, which I would argue, and a lot of other people have argued, is quite on the small side. But that's just to put it in context. I will agree with the comments of Councillor Hodgson. I'm prepared to support a family working hard and living on this site, so I will go for support of it.
Thank you. Any other members got anything to say? Councillor Long.
I'm pleased to hear what others have said, and you know there is a requirement here. I could sort of understand, and I could almost sort of feel sort of frustration that it's gone on this long to get to this point. I was pleased to hear that what Mr. Weimer said about the outline, because I think that would always be a concern in anybody's mind, that you've got a temporary permission there. I believe that we could condition. I accept what Mr. Weimer has said, but I think there is a need for farming. So I would support what both Councillor Smerdon and Councillor Hodgson said on this one.
Thank you. Any more? How many square meters bigger is this than our accepted? Mr. Weimer.
It's 200, the total I think is 240 square metres. I think there's about 40 or 50 square metres that could be argued are non-residential in the same way that it was 30 on the previous one. So it's between 100, it's probably 190 to 100, so probably about 20, 25.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah,
that'll be the top. So I'd need to go back through it. That'll be it's anywhere between sort of 15 and 25, I would.
Oh. Okay, thank you. Right, I've had a proposal and seconder for following the officer's recommendation from Councillors Baldry and Anna. Right, that's what we've got to put to the vote first, have we not? Because that was first.
Yes, that's
right. Right. So, can we have a show of hands to that effect, to supporting the officer's recommendation for refusal? Thank you. Got it, right. Those against?
No, I think it was
Can I just stop?
That was five.
It was five.
Five.
Was it?
Those against the officer's recommendation? 4. So, abstentions? 2 abstentions.
Sorry, Amelia, just to be clear, I had, in terms of, I had councillors Pannell, Baldry, Abbott, Spencer and Foss.
Yeah.
Was in
I didn't
okay.
have That's 4, wasn't it?
It's five.
Five.
Yeah. So that has been refused as per the officer's recommendation. And I'm going to add, whilst I'm here, I am very sympathetic because to you, because this sort of thing is important. Younger generation and people outside of farming too, to have a chance to start. It's very difficult, but we've got rules. And as I've got in trouble with the leader saying this before, I think some of the rules need a look at, but we can't at the present time. So, yeah.
So on that matter, if the applicant's agent can contact me, we'll set up a meeting and see if there is clearly a way forward here for a smaller dwelling. But let's get a meeting in the diary and let's get it forward and get it sorted.
That's good.
Right.
Right, thank you very much for that. That's great. Okay, so that's the end of the planning applications. how enthusiastic are we to carry on with the rest of it? Keep going. So, Councillor Weimer.
Councillor Weimer.
No, Councillor, yeah. Officer Weimer, no, Mr. Weimer. Pat, would you like to go through the appeals updates?
I will do. I'll try and be brief, and I hope I've got them. I haven't got the agenda in front of me, so hopefully I've got these in the right order. So the first one is at Bramley's, Cleveland Drive, Bigbury. The application was for demolition of a conservatory and terrace and replace it with a new terrace. The appeal was allowed, and the inspector, Mr. Cresswell, considered that the impact on the overall street scene was minimal. The rear alterations weren't unduly visible, and generally there was no significant change to the relationship with neighbours, albeit it did has one condition on saying that there needs to be a privacy screen in one location. If I remember to, I'm probably going to try and get a slide for the next committee of this one, because I am absolutely certain that if members looked at this, they would have refused it on the basis of the impact on neighbours, which is where we were coming from. And I think there seems to be a direction of travel with appeal inspectors, is that the level of harm now for a refusal in terms of impact on neighbours, the bar seems to be getting higher. And I have had a discussion. There was a South West Heads of DM meeting last week, and it's everyone in my position is saying the same, that the appeals that we're absolutely certain would have been dismissed a couple of years ago seem to be getting allowed. So there does seem to be a direction of travel in terms of the harm on neighbours would have to be really quite significant. And perhaps I'll start bringing, if there's time, I'll start bringing some slides of what the relationship is on some of these.
Check. Was this in a delegated one?
That was delegated, presumably with yourself. Yeah. I think all bar one. I think pretty much all of these are delegated. The next one is the appeal at Garden Mill in Kingsbridge, which was the hearing that I think certainly some members went to, and I'd like to put on public record my thanks to Stephen Stroud, because I think he did a really good job with this. So, and I mean, given that the hearing was on the date on now, but the hearing was the appeal decision came out within literally a couple of weeks. So it's fundamentally been dismissed on the basis of housing mix. The mix that came forward, which was predominantly larger dwellings and not smaller dwellings, perpetuated that imbalance in Kingsbridge, and that was the reason for refusal. There were lots of other issues the inspector went through in detail, but viewed that the amenity space on balance was acceptable, the parking levels were acceptable, but it fell on that one point. It's an interesting and well worded decision. If members would like to read that one. The third one again is Mr. Cresswell, an allowed appeal. There is a trend here, and this was relatively minor. It was enlarged windows on an elevation facing a neighbour, where again we felt there was an adverse impact on the neighbours, and the inspector simply disagreed, and it took into account the because the property was lower, the main view would have been over the top, and didn't cause an issue, and that was again in Kingsbridge. The next one is a non-determination appeal at Fairhaven in Tolcombe. Actually, it's quite a good decision. because it's kind of accepted, the inspector accepted that whilst the design of the proposal, which was a single dwelling, had been almost contrived to avoid root protection areas of TPO trees, if the dwelling was there, it would in the future put pressure on those trees and therefore would be harmful to the woodland character of the area. And I suspect the other piece that I suspect both ward members will jump on is that the additional built form in a low density area is unacceptable and therefore has an impact on the AONB. There was other issues around some lack of drainage information, but the two principal issues were future impact on trees, not immediate impact on trees, and it's a really good one to have in terms of that low density area. Because so that was Sean Harrington in a good light, Inspector. And then presumably on the same day he went to 2 more and decided that one was acceptable. So this was again, I think it might be worthwhile bringing this one back, because I think this is the sort of discussion that would benefit in front of committee. It's fundamentally conversion of a loft with 3, in my view, relatively large dormers, and so it was all around whether those those dormers would have an impact on the character and appearance of the area. The inspector, who up until very recently was head of DM at Torridge, said that the scale and position of the dormers would leave a significant area of roof pane remaining and are suitably a suitable subservient addition and don't cause harm to the character and appearance. If I put the slide up in front of you, I'm not sure many members will actually agree with that. But again, I think it's the direction of travel where inspectors seem to be going, and the level of harm around character design impact on neighbours. I think that bar is that the harm we have to demonstrate. I think that bar's got higher. The next one is Langworthy's Barn. I had to go back through the appeal statements to get my head around this one. I think the authority considered it as an agricultural building, perhaps mistakenly, because it was actually it was for proposed machinery storage shed for an existing business use. The inspectors dealt with it on the basis of the applicant saying no, it's not agricultural, it's business use. But what he's concluded is no evidence that the building is proportionate to the needs of the business, and therefore doesn't comply with DEF 15 or TTV 26. So I suspect if an application for a smaller building came in, I think the door's been left ajar there, because he didn't say it was unacceptable in totality. He just said the building, they hadn't demonstrated, there was no evidence the building of that scale was needed. I'm not persuaded they would be able to provide evidence that the building of that scale is needed, perhaps something small. I don't know if the board members got any comments on that one. I think it was a good decision. And we didn't get costs against us. And I'm saving the best for last, I think. Yes, Colin Cresswell again. And this is one I just can't, I'm afraid I just fundamentally disagree with the inspector. Dorsley Cottages, Totnes. So the inspector has concluded, and I was reading through this going, well, it's going to get dismissed. Walking into Totnes would be uncomfortable, and in reality, future occupiers would drive into the town. And so therefore, it's not an optimal location, but it's only a short drive, so it's okay. Which is, it's just, yeah. And then so, I fundamentally disagree, because I think what he's described is something, he's described an unsustainable location, because you can only drive to it, and there's no opportunity for walking or cycling, because you take your life in your hands if you walk down there, wouldn't you? You really do. I'm not persuaded that it will ever be constructed. because he's then put a condition 8. No development shall commence until details of improvements to the junction of Jackman's Lane and Plymouth Road have been submitted to and agreed in writing by the Highway Authority. These improvements should be implemented before the development is occupied. So unless the Highway Authority agree, they're snookered, in my view. There's no, and in other words, they'd have to pay for it. The Highway Authority wouldn't have the budget to do an improvement just for that. Whether they will be able to do any improvements, we'll wait and see. But again, in the appeal decision, he said, well, they can do some improvements, but if the neighbour lets the shrubs grow up to the east, you're not going to have visibility there. And I'm looking, there's far more. I cannot believe. I'm struggling, really struggling with how Mr. Cresswell's got this to an approval. But that, yeah. So that's where we are with appeals. Happily answer any questions. And if you see any appeal decisions come through and you want me to bring more details in terms of plans or pictures or anything, let me know, because it's really difficult to prejudge ones which you know about and you don't need the details, or ones you want further details. Councillor Panel.
Can I ask you something once we finish the screening?
So in private, in other words? Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Can I? First of all, yes, I read through that appeal, and I read it again, and then I read it again. We're on, so I will restrict my comments. The question I was going to ask, you mentioned it with regard to you mentioned the Kingsbridge one in there, and you said about the size of dwellings within the town, and this has come up. This came up with a planning application which I was dealing with, and the size of it was a queue conversion, and they wanted it to be 4. No, there were 3 bedrooms plus a room that would render it convertible into 4, and therefore a 4-bedroom was bigger than the average for the village, for the average size of housing across that village. So therefore, it was deemed not acceptable. Now, I've not, pardon me if it's my fault, but I've not. Suddenly, we're now taking into account the average size of houses within a community. And how long has have I missed this? How long has this been policy, or what's the situation?
That's fine. Anybody got any questions? all very quiet. So, in that case then, we have now come to the end of the meeting and I can declare the meeting closed.